What's up, guys? Welcome to the video. I'm sure many of you are curious, as I am, to see just how good this double jungle strategy is in Korea, a real server. So for the past couple of years, I've been achieving Challenger on OCE, and it's fair to say that they don't like playing with me.
Tilterella is such a f***ing spastic. Dude, is he running to my raptors now? There's no way that this psychopath is running to my raptors.
But of course, there's a lot of critiques saying this wouldn't work in a real server, so how about we go and find out together if that is true or false. But first, do you happen to live in this region? If the answer is yes, and you also like delicious food, then you're gonna absolutely be thrilled about today's sponsor, Factor 75. These guys allow you to easily purchase freshly made, ready-to-eat, chef-crafted meals that you simply have to chuck into the microwave for 2 minutes, and then you enjoy. The meals that have never been frozen, just made, sealed, and delivered straight to your door at your convenience. Factor 75 have a wide variety of different options for you to choose from throughout the week, so you'll never be stuck eating the same meal twice in a row. There's also the option for smoothies and snacks if you want to help balance your diet. In the past, meal prep services, they used to be considered convenient but costly. These days, with the prices going up all around the board, it's honestly fairly cost effective to just purchase some ready-cooked meals. They're healthy and they taste great, and I highly recommend you give it a shot. I tend to go with 4 to 5 days worth of meals personally, so that I'm not pressured to eat them every single day. It works for me, and I'm certain it can work for you too. So thanks again to Factor 75 for sponsoring today's video. If you use my link that I provided in the description, you're gonna get 50% off plus free shipping on your first Factor box. It also supports the channel as I get a small percentage of it. Thanks for listening, and I hope you enjoy the video. I know this has been a very long time coming, but here we go, our first game in Korea. Immediately, we start the game off by trying to invade the enemy jungle, aiming to secure some vision. Because we get spotted on this initial invade, I go to the other side of the map here. I'm trying to confuse the enemy. The thing is, they didn't get confused at all. They knew exactly where I was pathing, and they spot me in this river, and they actively try to stop me as a team from invading the enemy jungle, which is very surprising considering they're only emeralds. I am a little bit afraid at this point because they're so persistent. The problem for them is that I am way more persistent. Once Riven bounces over this wall, I can take a breather. I see the Rise is pathing in to help us, plus we have more than enough health. There's nothing to worry about anymore. That's first blood secured for our team, and we know exactly where the Nunu pathed to, and the whole time Graves was power farming. But as I path over to the red buff, we bump into the level 1 Riven. Unfortunately, we do have to flash this wall. Even though he's level 1, he can still beat us there, and I'd rather keep my health so that we can go back and take this red. This seems like a perfect time to let you guys know this series, it takes a lot of time you wouldn't even imagine. If you're enjoying it, make sure to leave a comment, like the video. It helps me get more views, which encourages me to make more. Once I make a mistake, I tend to head back to the bot lane and sneak into the bushes, trying to get an easy kill onto the ADC. But these guys, they're not the typical OCE emeralds that I'm used to. They've warded one of these brushes, and I've been spotted. I'm not gonna lie to you, these guys were playing significantly better than I would expect them to, all surviving with low HP, pushing their champions to the maximum, coming through with the counter ganks. Things were not going our way. Everyone on our team had died multiple times. The score is 2-8, and I'm genuinely afraid that maybe my strategy doesn't work in Korea. Finally, for the very first time, something went as I had intended. We pick up that kill onto the ribbon, and this quickly transitions into us regaining control of the enemy Nunu's jungle, which means the strategy is in full effect once again. Poor Nunu just wants to get his camp in peace, but we're there to push it around, meaning there's literally no way that he can secure it without trying to kill me first, which is exactly what he does. He tries to kill me. As much as he might try, Sion is just too difficult for him to kill at this point in the game. This means that we have the luxury of just messing around with the Nunu. If he's getting nothing and we're getting nothing, that means you know who's the winner? The Graves, because he's definitely getting something. What an absolute banger that song was, hey? There's also something you could have learned from that clip. It's about persistence. We've mentioned it before, but persistence really pays off. You gank them once, you immediately come back. The Hex Flash, of course, plays a very vital role in being able to catch people off guard, so I highly recommend you start using it, especially with the Nimbus Cloak rune. We're now leading in kills and trying to secure these objectives, but the enemy team really don't like giving away anything for free, so they're here contesting it once again. I'm on the run, clinging to life. I'm trying to get this Graves to help us, and I see a way for me to survive, but then the Graves jumps straight into it, stealing the health from the floor, and I end up dying to the goddamn Lulu. We probably would have died to her anyway. Either way, the Graves does manage to secure the final void, so we end up with 5 of them overall. During this mid-game, I feel like we did a really good job at pulling our team back into this game. It was definitely looking very rough in the early, but fast forwarding now 5 minutes into the future, the only information that you need to know before this team fight is that Jinx does not have her summoner spells. She's also the primary carry on the enemy team. Given my health and not knowing exactly where the Rise is portaling to, I decide it's better that I just push straight down through the middle. We can sit in this mid lane and guarantee that we're either going to get a tower or get it very low, which is going to be useful in the future. People always disregard how important it is to preemptively lower the health of towers. And what I mean by that is players generally won't go for a tower unless they think they have enough time to completely kill it. And that's just the wrong mindset, because you need to understand that teams cannot defend towers that are around 30% health. So the closer you get it to that mark, the sooner it will be that the enemy team will be forced to leave the tower alone, especially if you have a top laner that's running demolished. They have to instantly run because the tower can be one hit. This team fight had absolutely nothing to do with us. We showed up at the end, gave a little bit of assistance, but the majority of it was done by our team. And bonus, we get the Baron straight after it because the enemy team is all dead. Did anyone notice how we only survived because we lowered the tower's health earlier? I sure did. And that brings us to the end of this game. We won our first game in Korea with double jungle Sion gaining 22 LP. So we're now at Emerald 3, 74 LP, and we're going straight into the next game. This is something that I find absolutely fascinating in the server of Korea. The queue time is only 12 seconds. It's just mind-blowing. Here we are in game number 2. I accidentally didn't record the first couple of minutes of this game, so we're in the replay trying to fill in the blanks. As per usual, we start this game off by invading and dropping our wards, but we get pushed out again. This is the second game in a row the enemy team is working together and forcing us to leave. Obviously, it's not enough to stop me. I just path all the way around. The enemy Thresh spent a lot of time looking for me in the jungle. Even after leaving, once he realized I didn't go to lane, he came back to check once again. It's kind of impressive. I've said it before, but these Emerald players, they're playing much better than I would expect them to, which means there's definitely a skill gap between the two servers when we compare them. Despite all of this, I know I'm talking them up, it's still a negative for them. They're not playing correctly into double jungle. I don't care how good they are, it doesn't mean they can beat this strategy, and that's what we're here to prove. While Thresh was chasing me around, he was missing experience, missing gold, and we were not. We got level 3, so we're heading back to the bot lane with our red buff to fight the enemy 2v2. I remember just how impressed I was with how this Ashe played that 2v2. There was plenty of room for him to make errors, but I think he played it exactly how he should. He's never had any experience with a Scion level 2 gank in the bot lane, I guarantee you that much, and he played it to a T. This is the first sign of things going wrong. The Graves is pinging me off the Grom, and our Ashe is getting attacked 3v1 in the bot lane. Right here is a crucial test to see if the Graves will continue to play. Sometimes when I take that Grom, they're just going to give up and refuse to help. So we take this fight, and the Graves does show up to help still. Not only did the Graves show up to help, but he committed everything he had to helping us in that plan, and it paid off. He got a double kill, and from there, he kept farming while I invaded the enemy Lee Sin and showed him just how annoying this strategy can be. I had two options here. The enemy wolves are spawning in just a couple of seconds, or I can run over and annoy the Lee Sin at his red buff. We of course chose option B, but we ended up in an awkward position and had to abort the fight. Okay, I'll be the first to admit that fight turned into absolute chaos. Either way, Graves died, we moved on. It wasn't the end of the world. It did tell me how willing the Koreans are to take any fight with me, which is awesome. By this point in the game, we have stolen so many of this Lee Sin's camps that I'm pretty sure he just didn't know what to do anymore. Every time he goes to a camp, I either take it or it's just not there. As a result, he just came down south to the bot lane to protect them, and we ended up doing a 2v3 for close to a minute. Although he did succeed at stopping us from killing them, was it really worth it? Because Graves is just on the other side of the map, killing everything that he wants. This is a clear sign to me of players that have never seen this strategy before and don't know how to respond to it. It's only 19 minutes into this game, but in Korean terms, I'm pretty sure this is what they consider late game, because every second there is just a full-on team fight happening for unknown reasons. I couldn't explain it to you. The pace on this server is just very fast, and you need to keep up or else you're gonna get left behind. The good news for us on this channel is that this is kind of our playstyle, right? We run around, create havoc, and look for every opportunity we can to start a fight. So there really wasn't any time needed to adapt to this server. We kind of just blended right in. In OCE, I stand out like a sore thumb. My playstyle, it doesn't fit there, but it does here. Still so surprising to me how strategical these guys are playing. We got that Baron, head to the bot lane, open it up immediately without dropping any deaths. Take the Soul Drake, go to the mid. This is all high level stuff, at least in OC. This is Master Plus gameplay, because even in lower around Diamond 2, they're going to hand over kills after opening in here because they want to fight. Not here though, just clean ending. No problems. You give them gold and they run with it. They don't give it back. So there we go. Game 2. It's a win. We gain 21 LP. We're one game away from Emerald 1 and we're going to quickly attempt to get that right now. Look at these guys invading with me every game, dropping wards for me, giving me the vision I need to successfully enter the enemy jungle. Boom. Right there, the game is already won. We've taken the full red side, plus the Karthus just killed the Lee Sin. We've pretty much got them completely where we want them. Karthus can now AFK farm. I can run over. I've got a level advantage, the red buff. We can just mess with this Lee Sin. I don't know, man. It's just working so good on this server because everyone's mechanically competent. We steal Lee Sin's wolves and he's fighting us on the way out. Talon, surprisingly, comes and helps us. I would expect Lee Sin to normally pull away, but he doesn't. He goes all in, and now we're in a full-on brawl, and the reason he goes all in is because we're getting collapsed by everybody. The trade's a 2-for-1, but we do get a lot of summoner spells. Plus, it's the Lee Sin dying again that really screws them over because I can get this Karthus to move over. I don't know if he's going to do it, but I'm pinging him to go, and he actually listens. I'm not sure if it's amazing to you guys as it is to me. It's just on my server, I guarantee you, they're not listening to that ping and we're going to be losing out on gold. This way, we're capitalizing on everything. Once again, the Lee Sin does kill us, but everyone's collapsed again and killed Lee Sin. So he's died 3 times, which gives us the Scuttle Crab. So he won this war at the end of the day, because that 1-for-1, it's worth. He's just killing a support, we're killing a jungler, we're taking all his camps. The Karthus, who once gets level 6, is going to be a massive threat. He's significantly ahead in gold, experience, everything. Now we're ganking this top lane because he's pushing, and I keep walking back and forth. He wants to farm, but he basically can't. I abuse the living crap out of this Hex Flash. We're getting a positional advantage plus movement speed when we use it. It traps him. It gets a kill onto the Jax. Now we've got multiple winning lanes. Top's winning, mid's winning, jungle's winning. The only lane that should be behind is the Jinx, because even I'm ahead. We've got 4 ahead players, 1 behind, and look at this. The team is coming to 4-man stack the Smolder top. who has no flash, and he needs this farm to scale. Without the farm, he's a useless champion. We continue our assault on this Lee Sin. We take the red, and once again, Mr. Smolder's pushing. We manage to cut him off. He's in a bad spot. A very, very bad spot. The enemy bot lane rotated to top lane after finishing their tower in Emerald. I mean, it didn't help them, but it was still impressive. It was kind of hard to get a grasp on these players. They're mechanically strong, they do know macro, but they're still also quite predictable, and that's what we're taking advantage of here. And then we're pushing our lead through the objectives to get as much gold as possible, as quick as possible. Skipping 5 minutes into the future, we're absolutely zooming through this game. Riot Games shafts us. We have an ultimate that can barely work on any wall. It's absolute rubbish, and next season they're introducing more terrain. Exactly what we don't want. We pick off the Azir and then immediately run to the Baron. This is just clean, calculated gameplay. There's not much the enemy can do, and it gets even better with this Jax, who we've given a lot of gold to. He starts split pushing and applying that pressure one by one, taking down the objectives, allowing us to get the Baron once again in the future. And we use this Baron to force the final team fight and end the game. Overall, my first day in Korea was a lot of fun, but it's also quite scary. They're this good in Emerald. I'm very excited to see how good they can get. And I hope you are too, so feel free to subscribe and watch the climb north. Thank you for watching, and I'll see you guys in the next video. Welcome back, guys. We are here in Emerald 2, trying to climb our way up. There's gonna be 4 games today, and we start off playing double jungle Scion support. I invaded the red side and noticed that the Karma had left the bot lane, so rather than going for this red, I decided to wait. I let the Karma check, and once she sees it there, she pretty much tells the Nidalee, it's all good, you can start it, he's left the jungle. Truth is, I'm just waiting there behind them, and I steal it from out under him. They send everyone they have to come and try and kill me to get back that red buff, but they do it to no avail. I waltz out of there, and while the Nidalee is dealing with the Echo on that side of the map, I'm taking everything on the blue side. So there's something that we need to go over in regards to what happened on this trip. The TLDR is Riot royally screwed us, but it's important you know what happened for this episode to make sense. So we'll go over that later in the video. Focusing back in on this game, we've just killed the Nidalee, setting her back, but in return, we gave 2 kills to this Sylas. Another kill then gets handed over while chasing that Sylas, and we're in this bad position. The score is 7-2, but we do have control over the Nidalee. So they have all the kills, but we have jungle control. Thanks to a well-orchestrated 4-man gank on the bot lane, we do manage to claw our way back into this game. Things are looking promising, and I want to ride that momentum. So immediately after, I make this play onto the Karma. My team does not follow it up. It's my fault. That's okay. What's important is it doesn't slow me down. So I head to the top lane. We're looking to use Cassante as a bait to land our ultimate. After we secure this kill, I help the Cassante push the wave, and while he's recalling, I stick around to pick up not 1, but 2 tower platings. Yes, you might think this is greedy. Truth is, our team is behind. We need the gold right now. If I can get that gold, I'm confident I can use it to benefit our team. Benefit our team, we do. 4 kills for our team, only 1 for the enemy. We are right back in this game. Drake spawning in 30 seconds, and I spot the enemy Silas is pushing the bot wave. He is quite big though. He's the champion we gave all the gold to in the early levels, so he's a definite threat on the enemy team. Picking him off is a difficult task, but the risk to reward ratio, it's somewhat there. If we kill him, we're gonna secure that Infernal Drake for free. We're now 23 minutes into this match. As far as I'm concerned, the gold, the teams, everything is dead even. This fight is going to predict which team goes ahead and starts snowballing into a lead. The fight was extremely extended, very messy, but it was at this moment I realized this is a 4v5. Ezreal is pushing our mid tower and there's nothing we can do. Fast forward, he secures that inhibitor, the Drake spawning, and the enemy team is slightly out of position. We're trying to pick them off for the same situation as earlier. We want to kill into the Drake. This fight starts off extremely promising with the Silas dying. He's one of their strongest members on the team, so killing him is quite important. The next strongest would be this Aatrox. Our team secures the Infernal Drake once again. Now we're skipping a couple minutes into the future. The Baron has spawned. We're doing the Baron dance, clearing out the wards, and Kaiser full engages onto the enemy team. It's not the full ace that we were ideally looking for, but we do kill 2 members of the enemy team. This is enough for us to consider starting this Baron and baiting them into a 3v5. Once that Baron is secured, we head over to the Infernal Drake. This is the 3rd one. Next one is the Soul. We've also got the Baron, so we start pushing through the mid tower. This is the most frustrating thing about being a Scion main. That exact ult would have worked 3 seasons ago. Anyway, while we're holding the minion wave, our team pushes through and cleans up everyone, and that's enough for us to walk through and take the first game of the day. We actually gained about 21 LP. This game starts off with no vision, but we're assuming Viego's starting on his Raptors. We try our best to steal it, but we miss our smite. He then secures it with his, but neither of us get level 2, so now we're both in this awkward cat and mouse chase. Because the enemy's actually much closer to level 2 than us, the best option isn't to start a camp, it's to keep running around in circles and try and waste as much of his time as possible, hoping that our Nidalee notices this and paths to the correct location, which is the enemy's blue side, and as you can see, that's what he's done. While I'm rushing right back to the enemy's red, I see Viego match our Nidalee at his Gromp. Nidalee should have immediately ran, but he decided to stick around and he gets punished for this. As additional collateral damage, Akshan died while trying to save Nidalee. Thresh picks up 2 kills. I know it's not ideal looking, but that is the best case scenario, Thresh picking up that gold. Something you're going to learn very quickly while watching this channel is that early kills don't mean anything. What matters the most is both experience and tempo, and that's exactly what we took away from the enemy jungler. And if you don't have a jungler during the early laning phase, things are going to snowball very quickly, because not only do we have 1 jungler, but we have 2, and one of them is more than happy to force any tower dive. After we dive bot, it's safe to assume the enemy jungler is trying to get an objective, so we rush straight to the void, and there he is. He's only level 3. Don't compare him to my level, compare him to the Fiora who hasn't left lane. Fiora's level 7, this guy's level 3. At this point in the game, it's quite common for the enemy support to start roaming around the map, making their own plays and chasing me down. It's usually because they feel some kind of pressure either from themselves or their team to make something happen. It's not as easy as you think to dive 2v1 if you don't have the right champions, so the only other option for them is to start roaming, but by then we usually have a significant lead. 9 minutes into this game, and dare I say it, we are bordering on the mid game. I put so much of my focus into picking off this enemy jungler, it's not even funny. It was me versus him, and even though I don't speak his language, I'm certain he knew that. I'm just here dangling the carrot, and he keeps going for it over and over and over. The time is now 15 minutes. The enemy have just picked off our Nidalee and they're trying to secure our mid tower, which leaves them extremely vulnerable, and our team is all over it. Fiora is flanking, I'm ulting in, they're sandwiched, and there's nothing they can do to escape. Of jumping through this game, all you really need to know is that our team has reached a point where once we siege, we're too strong for the enemy to stop us. We go through, take that inhibitor with only 1 casualty. Fast forwarding to 20 minutes, the Baron is spawning, and I want our team to go and start it, but instead they're fighting in the enemy red side, and 2 of our members die, including the Nidalee, our jungler. Even though we are 8 kills ahead still, the forfeit sign gets thrown up. Someone's throwing in the towel. I'm just going to ignore it. I head straight to that Baron. I can look at the map and see that the enemy team is going to respond to those minions. If we start this Baron now, we have Callista. There's no reason we can't secure it, and that's what we end up doing. And now we're back in the driving seat, and we head to that top lane. Just in case you don't know and you're wondering why go to the top lane instead of the mid lane, you always want to pick the lane furthest away from the minions stacking, and in this case we've opened the bottom inhibitor, which means super minions, which means someone has to answer it, and if they're answering it, they're too far away to help their team, and that means it's the easiest lane for us to crack. Even though I would love to say that the game ended here and we claimed LP, that's not the case. We didn't have enough to end it, so we ran away. This gives me plenty of time though to explain to you what happened during this trip to Korea and why it's so important for this video. Yeah, I'm not exactly sure what he was trying to do. Anyway, so some of you might have noticed in the last video that at the end, I zoomed in to show you the total amount of games played on the account. Well, if you are observant, you would realize that there's no way I just came to Korea and played over 120 games. I'm in the LPP, so what that means is when I go overseas to play on another server, I can ask Riot to provide me a Riot account so I don't need a transfer. This is a temporary account that I can use to climb and create content. So what I've done is I've booked this account months in advance, so once I arrive, it would be there ready for me to play. Well, what ended up happening is as soon as I arrived, I logged in only to find out that someone else was playing on the account literally as I was trying to play. So for the first week, I had issues logging in, getting kicked out. But not only that, I wasn't sure if I should continue climbing on the account account because I was trying to request a new one through the LPP, but their responses were so vague and so slow. So yeah, that's why I wasn't recording these outros, because I honestly didn't think I'd be using this for content. I was just recording for the hell of it, because who knows, right? But that explains to you why I'm starting this series at Emerald 3. Not only Emerald 3 though, we're starting at hard stuck Emerald 3. This account had a 44% win rate when we started on it, which obviously means it's going to be a lot tougher for us to climb. It's also going to take longer, but on the flip side, we're going to reach our true rank. We're not just bringing a high MMR account over and skipping to Diamond 1. You're going to watch us go all the way from hard stuck Emerald 3 to whatever rank we end up achieving, and you can know without a shadow of a doubt that we belong in that rank and no one can question it anymore. So from a content creation perspective, I guess it was a blessing in disguise in some way, although it did waste a significant amount of the duration I was in Korea. Game number 3, you are witnessing the very first game of Scion support I played. It's still mind-boggling to me just how good they are at Ashe on this server. This is only Emerald, and these guys are committing to everything I do almost instantly. When someone follows up a play I make, it means that I can play even more aggressive in the future, and that's why you generally see me like snowball so quickly. If he messed up the play, I would drastically pull back or start roaming. I don't think that's going to be an issue this game. It's crazy just how good their teamwork is. That Jace just comes in, snipes the kill. Everyone is paying attention. When you do pings, these guys, they follow it up. They don't mess about, which really only proves how great Double Jungle is. These guys, they're not slacking, they're paying attention, and we've still been making it work, right? After absolutely dominating the enemy bot lane, they rotated to the mid lane. The enemy Galio came to the bot. This did in fact slow down the pressure that we had, because it was much more difficult to kill the mid laner over the enemy bot laners. Eventually though, we did get him. We're skipping 4 minutes into the future where we're trying to get a pick onto the Galio. The scoreline, it is in our team's favor, but it doesn't really show you how close this game is. The enemy team was making a lot of stuff happen on the top side of the map, which means Cassandre has a lot of gold, Lilia has a lot of gold, and on the flip side, we've been dealing with the enemy bot lane. We've been completely crushing them. I'd say the game was just about even up until 22 minutes where this team fight broke out and we got a clean engage onto the enemy Jhin. This was a very detrimental fight for the enemy team. We managed to get a clean ace, which gave us enough time to open both mid and the bot lane. This is such a strange thing for me. Usually I'm the player pinging, come help, come help, come help. But no, it was the Ashe who made this play happen. Once the Cassandre falls, he was the biggest threat in the enemy team, so we can easily force the Baron, and the rest of this game, it was really quite methodical. No mistakes on our behalf. If you're still here, by the way, you've made it 17 minutes into this video, please feel free to subscribe if you haven't, and if you are a subscriber, leave a comment, like the video. It helps with the algorithm, which ultimately encourages me to make more videos for you. Anyway, after we won this game, we got promoted to Emerald 1. Last video, we had 2 new subscribers join. Thanks to Maru and Jay Ballant. Of course, there are plenty of perks to joining besides the shoutout, including member badges, channel emojis, access to the live stream VODs. Plus, when you leave a comment on the videos, it gets sent to a private section in my analytics recognition on the main channel page. If you would like to support the channel and have a shout out in the next video, click that join button next to the channel name today. Game number 4, I've accidentally not recorded the first 2 minutes, so just to summarize what happened, I invaded the Raptors, killed the enemy Talia, and then died to the Neferi. It's always so tough to figure out which team got ahead in the early skirmishes. One thing I did note though is Caitlyn used her flash, and because they're default pushing, we simply sneak around the back, and this is a beautiful kill onto the Ashe, and I don't stop there. I circle all the way back around. He's pushing once again. Like I said, their lane, it keeps default pushing, which means I can continue to rinse, repeat this gank over and over. All it took was 4 ganks before the enemy bot lane finally became conscious of me ganking them. Ashe full engages with her ult, it lands on the Caitlyn's face, and then she flashes forward with extreme aggression, allowing us to pick up not 1, but 2 kills onto this bot lane. And now we're in this position where the bot lane, they're worth nothing. We've killed them so many times, it's no longer worth my effort. I start on this blue buff when I notice on the other side of the map, Talia is getting pushed out by Viego. I time her pathing towards her blue. We know she's coming here. And this is another kill for our team. Although we die on the way out, I consider it a success. Our Viego picks up 2 kills and the Caitlyn just reset her gold. We've got another game here with another example of an Ashe in Emerald that is playing absolutely bonkers. They just know how to kite, they know the level of aggression, the ults always hit. It is so much fun to play with the Korean Ashes, I'm telling you. As every game passes, I become more and more like the Korean players. I just go ham any fight. I don't need to think whether or not my team's gonna follow up. I just assume that everyone will, and they generally do. So it's very easy to get locked into this playstyle where the aggression just goes and goes and goes. But in this case, for us, it was working out well. We're doubling them in kills. It's 33 to 15. Out of nowhere, the enemy team, they've had enough. They put the flag up and we win the 4th game of the day. And with that, we make it to Emerald 1, 28 LP. That's where tomorrow's video is gonna take off from. Welcome back to the series. This is the 3rd episode in Korea. I obviously didn't realize it at the time, but they were trying to report me before the game even started. Scion support into these double range enemy bot lane. It's gonna be very tough. My initial goal is always to try and get their summoner spells as soon as possible. Actually, this gameplay tends to confuse junglers from my server. They use the fact that I'm playing off meta, died instantly, they just write the lane off completely. But the good jungler is gonna come to the bot lane and immediately try to clean up on the fact that they have no summoner spells. With that being said, the strategy of getting summoner spells early isn't necessarily for the jungler to take advantage of it. It just so happens that Elise was paying attention. This fight was so extended that we were just able to come back and save him. For those who are curious, the rank of this game is Emerald 1, 28 LP. As you can see, we're already taking advantage of the fact that the enemy bot lane, they no longer have summoner spells, which means we can use that Hex Flash to close the gap. That's when we have the edge. We end up getting 2 kills, and we use our passive to clear out these minions, making sure to not steal any gold from the ADC. I assume Lee Sin wasn't the biggest fan of his bot lane not having the edge, so he came bot, punished us. I saw an opportunity here to engage onto the Ezreal, knowing that Jin's trap was behind where he would try to escape. This ends up not only netting us another kill, but also another visit from the enemy jungler. To summarize this bot lane, it would be us always trying to pull the lead back and then Lee Sin pivoting the lane in their direction. That was up until this moment. There was a couple misplays in there, followed by me baiting the Jhin in, and this ends up with both of us dying, but that Elise, just in the nick of time, has come to the bot lane to clean up once again. She's been doing a really good job at taking that early gold lead and spreading it across the map. So while she stays into the bot lane cleaning up the wave, I pass straight to the Voidlings because it's most likely Lee Sin will see her on the map and then go for the free objective. This was a misplay by me. I got greedy trying to Q-flick that Gragas. We could have secured the kill onto Lee Sin, but what you're gonna witness is some class acting. I path away. I know he's got vision on me, so I'm walking away pretending that I don't realize the Xerath is going to kill him. A lot of players in this situation, they just walk straight to the Lee Sin, completely giving it away. Really, it's just worth crediting the players on this server, how frequently they roam. There is a give and take when it comes to roaming. Like sometimes it's better to farm, but these guys really do seem to have a good grasp of when it's profitable to roam and when it's not. They also all have the same mentality of let's all roam together and it'll guarantee work, whereas on other servers only some of them roam and then some of them stay back. It's all split apart, so it never works, and then that justifies them not roaming next time, and it's a big cycle. But over here it's just like, let's all fucking go, mate. By the way, guys, this series takes a lot of time and effort to edit, record, everything. So if you haven't subscribed yet and you enjoy this content, make sure to click the button now, like the video, and leave a comment. It helps with the algorithm, which ultimately gets me more views and encourages me to make more videos for you. Yeah, I thought buying the Swifty boots to get back to lane quicker would be an epic moment as well. Didn't quite work out that way. Once I've made a critical error in any lane, I tend to rotate away, try and make something happen, and then come back once momentum has shifted. We ended up getting that Rift Herald and forcing this tower in the mid. It's not necessarily like the most positive, gold efficient play, but it does progress the game along quicker. Look, I'm not afraid to say it. We got gracefully carried by our team this game. The Xerath, and in particular the Elise, they played extremely solid. Elise was everywhere she needed to be, and the Xerath, his ultimates were pushing them out of the fight before they could even enter. This allowed us to pretty much take every single objective that we went up against. That's obviously not to say that we played bad. Yeah, we could have done a few things a little bit better, but at the end of the day, our engages, they were still okay. And during the laning phase, we did cop a lot of the Lee Sin's early pressure. He was trying his best to shut down that bot lane. But your goal when climbing, it's not to like hard carry every single game. It's to be able to be carried every single game. You put yourself in a position that your team members can actually carry you, and that's probably more mental than skill anyway. With that being said, I wasn't 100% satisfied with how I played, so I decided to try play top lane for the first time in Korea. We're up against this Aatrox, which isn't a great matchup for Sion. It's full lane pressure for the Aatrox. And what I did was completely give up the lane, which gave him so much confidence, he decided to cross through our tower straight into the Nidalee. I'm not really sure if this is a career thing or I just got extremely lucky, but this Nidalee took a strong liking to the top lane. A strong liking to helping me, I would say. Anytime I was even remotely close to being in a bad situation, the Nidalee was there to completely turn the tides and make sure that we won. Here's a pretty common trick that top laners know. What you do is you pull the wave if the jungler is coming to gank, and this forces Aatrox to come back and attempt to stop me. He doesn't want it getting frozen, which means he'll push forwards to our tower, making him very susceptible to the jungle gank. 1 minute later, the Nidalee is still in the top side, so I'm attempting to do a similar bait. I'm walking towards the tri-bush, pretending I'm putting a ward there, but what I want to do is to pull the Aatrox into a position the Nidalee can attack him from. Turns out he wasn't following my bait at all. He was just trying to kill the Nidalee. This 2v2, it goes in their favor. They're much stronger as a pair, and we end up both dying. We do manage to get back to lane with the teleport, so we don't miss much farm, but I just can't help myself. I know he's in that bush, and I'm not letting him recall. At this point, I may as well stop calling this guy Nidalee and start calling him my duo, right? How many times did he gank the top lane? Is that 6 or 7 times? Without him, we would have been struggling, that's for certain. But at the end of the day, our team, every single lane was winning so hard. If just the tank falls behind, that's really irrelevant in the grand scheme of things. It's pretty apparent to me that they're so focused on team fighting that you can very easily get away with split pushing, and these tier 2 towers are worth a lot of gold. Game number 2 has just completed and we gained 21 more LP, so we're sitting at Emerald 170 LP. We're getting closer and closer to that diamond mark. It's a significant rank when it comes to career because I can't tell you the amount of times that I've read that I would never make it to diamond on a real server, blah, blah, blah. I've also read how this cheese would never work on a real server, but here we are testing it for the very first time. And guess what? It has a 100% success rate in career. The reason we're doing this cheese, of course, is because if you look in the top lane, we're up against Cassante. Cassante into Scion. We can never kill him, so there's no reason to not try and get the bot lane ahead. The downside to doing that cheese, of course, is that you're susceptible to these types of ganks. We don't have teleport, so punishing us under the tower here, it really hurts a lot. Rather than allowing Cassante to just recall here and reset, I disrupt his back because I can see my teleports coming up in a few seconds. If I can get the clean back, we can then use our ultimate plus teleport and make something happen in this bot lane. We end up teleporting back to top with slightly less health than ideal, I would say. It encouraged the Cassante to go all in, which we barely survived. And then that, of course, encouraged the Lee Sin to come to the top lane and pick up the free kill onto us. After that, we definitely lost control of the Cassante match. He was significantly stronger than us, and Lee Sin kept shoving that knife deeper and deeper into our back. But what you're watching now is the two different strategies. Lee Sin's chucked everything into his top lane, and we've chucked everything into our bot lane. So it's Lucian versus Cassante. Now it's up to a coin flip of who's going to win. Just because I can't 1v1 the Cassante doesn't mean I get to do whatever I want. I need to keep split pushing and try to farm as much as possible because eventually I'm gonna become an unkillable tank. Sure, Cassante might be able to kill me in a 1v1, but in a team fight, I can stay alive long enough that I can actually impact this game even after being shut down so hard. This was a pivotal moment for our team comp. Once I am not killable and it's clear that all their efforts were in vain, that's when things start to go downhill for the enemy because we have a Fed ADC and now we have a tank that's also got way too much gold than he should have. Even though the scoreline might say that this game is close, that would be a complete lie. It's very clear that our team is dictating which and where the enemy team can and cannot go. When I go to the bot lane, they have to stack me to kill me and we still get the objective. From this point on, the enemy team, they're trapped. They're trapped by the fact that they have to constantly monitor me in the side lane. While I'm teleporting in to attempt to start splitting on the top side of the map, we end up spotting the Lee Sin and he is way out of position. And this initiates the final team fight of the game. They know if he dies, we're getting that Baron and ending the game anyway. The interesting part is how much effort they put into shutting me down in the top lane, and it really didn't impact anything, we still managed to completely run around the map and destroy them. We gained 20 more LP, so now we are sitting on 90 LP Emerald 1 and only one game away from becoming Diamond in Korea. In the last video, we had 5 new members joined. Shout out to all of you guys who are directly funding the next trip to NA. Of course, there are plenty of perks to joining, including member badges, channel emojis, access to live stream VODs. Plus, when you leave a comment on the videos, it gets sent to a private section in my analytics recognition on the main channel page. If you would like to support the channel and have a shout out in the next video, click that join button next to the channel name today. And here we go, we're on game number 4. This is the final game before we can potentially be Diamond in Korea. We're up against a Thresh and Draven. This is a very aggressive bot lane. That's why we're playing a bit safer in these early levels. Even though this is a 2v1 fight, pay attention to how I'm ducking between the brushes. I go in and out. That's because Draven can still kill me. So to avoid death and to make sure my Q lands, if I go into the brush, it drops vision. We ended up killing the Thresh and getting both of Draven's summoner spells, which is a great start to this lane. And then I get too greedy. I was trying to get executed while killing the Draven with my Q. If I managed to land that Q there, he didn't break through my shield, so I would actually execute. But just a misplay, we both end up dying. It's my fault. I don't let this slow us down. We are in the server of aggression, so we keep pushing it further and further, and then hopefully it's just gonna work out, right? I figured it didn't work last time, which means statistically it's likely to work this time. So we went for the tower dive again, and somehow this Thresh lived to tell the tale, and things only went downhill from there. It's 8 minutes into the game, and currently we have 3 out of the 4 deaths on our team. It was such a strange mix though, because it's not necessarily like I'm playing bad. I'm playing quite good. But then at the exact same time, I'm playing very bad. It's very difficult to describe. The main issue is most likely that we keep overreaching. We keep pushing a little too far. And then this is giving them windows to come back into the game. Despite how many deaths we currently have, I didn't let that stop me from making any plays that I would generally make, even if my score was good. We're still taking every opportunity we can to try and shut down and come back into this game. I say that, but honestly, we have 3 kills already, so we are in this game right now. But it was in our best interest to end this laning phase. It wasn't in our favor, so we took that tower, and now the first team fight, well, the first team fight that isn't in the bot lane occurs. Once I have Thresh pincered like this, I have to assume that he's going to flash the wall, so I preemptively put my Q where I think he's going to go. This forces him to flash into another spot. That's why you see him fail that flash. It's because he was trying to click on a specific spot in that wall that he couldn't reach. The ball is quickly rolling now. We've just killed the Thresh, we killed the Viego, then the Galio. Now we're heading top for the Smolder. I accidentally don't land my Q, which forces the Nasus to take tower aggro. He could have saved himself there though. He could have gone for the tower, which is what I started focusing. We could have killed the tower, then the Smolder. Either way, shit happens. Somehow the time is only 15 minutes and we're about to witness the game-changing team fight that I initiated but had absolutely no impact in. I may have had no impact in that team fight, but I'm gonna take full credit for it. We got multiple kills, multiple towers, and then eventually I managed to come back into the team fight. That's how long this thing was going for. We skipped through it. I'm not sure where this game went wrong for the enemy team. It felt like they were doing so good. Maybe that's just because the perspective we were viewing it from, we kept dying. Look at the score though, we're more than doubling them, and at this point, we're just walking through their team. The enemy Viego jumps this wall, he manages to steal the Infernal Drake, but this just means that we can now go and attempt to take this Baron for free. I can't be the only one who realizes like how competent these guys are. I can just die and trust that they're gonna close out the game. That's crazy to me. We won that 3v5 while the Nasus was splitting. We just teleport in and that is the end of this game. I give everyone their honors because we are now Diamond 4 thanks to them. 14 seconds until this game starts, and I want to explain to you why I'm going double jungle Sion. The enemy bot lane has chosen Caitlyn and Seraphine. This means they have heal and poke. The combination of those two things against what we have in the bot lane is just not gonna work. So what's the point of default losing when you can run around the map and potentially win? During our level 1 invade, we spot the enemy Akali. Rather than me chasing her as well, I'm keeping my eye on the enemy jungler trying to figure out where he's starting. Which, once it's clear he's starting on blue, I go to our team's Raptors. Evidently, the Graves was thrilled to be sharing with us, so we take that Raptor, get level 2, and head across to the blue. As soon as we enter the brush, we see the enemy blue on 3 health and are unable to smite it in time. Rather than immediately flashing here, I'm waiting for the timer on my Q to come back. I also pull back to make it look like I was running away. I can then abuse Fog of War to get this kill. We end up dying and handing the blue back over to the enemy Viego. We were unfortunately getting quite unlucky when it came to our timing. Things were just not going our way. I tried to contest that scuttle and then they collapse and we die one more time. Not the best start to this game, I would say. One thing that was positive that came from it is the Viego decided to tower dive. And the reason he did that is because when he went to the Krugs, we had already taken it. And he then assumes that the entire red side's gone and he's got nothing to farm, which means he has to force this, which really he didn't. Graves ends up clearing the red and the Raptors and then gets super far ahead. Even though it was a rough start to this game, by this point, we have taken full control. I'm able to get into the enemy jungle. He's trying to invade our Graves while we're getting the free camps on his side of the map. And now we're also in a position where we can gank the bot lane. Once I saw the level discrepancy between the Ashe and the enemy bot lane, I decided rather than roaming around the map and trying to steal camps, the best option for me is to just sit in the bot lane and abuse the fact that we have a massive lead. I know that contradicts our original statement of the lane would lose, but at the end of the day, you need to be able to adapt on the fly. In this situation, Ashe got fed because of that tower dive, which means the lane, it's no longer a losing lane. In particular, it would have been worse if we went to the lane having to deal with the 2v2 because of the heal and poke, whereas coming back to a winning lane is quite easy. As soon as the clock hit 15, the enemy team raised the white flag and we win game number 1. With that, we gained 21 LP. Considering that game only went for 15 minutes, it was pretty action-packed, just like the sponsor of today's video, Marvel Strike Force. This is an action-packed squad-based RPG where you're gonna get the power, the ability to handpick your own epic Marvel teams that you can use to battle iconic enemies. The best part is all new players can unlock up to 17 S-tier characters in the first 30 days, including Spider-Man, Deadpool, Wolverine, Thor, and plenty of others. All you gotta do is one simple thing. Download Marvel Strike Force right now using my link in the description, or to make things even easier, just scan the QR code on the screen. You'll be able to download it completely for free. Plus, you're gonna get some bonus free characters to start you off. My favorite part about Strike Force is that you aren't limited by just heroes. If you want to recruit villains into your roster, then so be it. There's a bunch of game modes that you can take your wacky team compositions into, including campaign mode, blitz, arena, and there's also Alliance War, which is a massive weekly alliance battle. It also has a lot of technical depth built into the game, meaning specific champions synergize well with others, so creating a well-balanced team is going to be the key to mastering it. New champions, they're constantly being released, and this month, be on the lookout for the highly anticipated Absolute A-Force. It's led by the brand new character Kahori. So look, if you're a fan of Marvel like me, love tactical RPGs, or you simply just want to create your own version of the Avengers, download Marvel Strike Force today. Use the link in the description or the QR code on your screen. If you do that and use the bonus code DEC24, you're gonna get all the characters on screen completely for free. In game number 2, we are playing Scion top up against a Warwick. This is a very finicky matchup, one that I must be very cautious in. And as we enter lane, I'm very vigilant about staying away from this top brush. They love to sit in there. That is, of course, until we see him appear on the map in our jungle. That very well could have gone in our favor if the Viego didn't misplay it. He should have pulled away, allowing me to lower Warwick and then come back to clean it up. We have to run now straight into our minion wave, or else the Warwick would just beat us down too. I do manage to pull one kill back onto this Warwick, but instead of going back, I decided to stay. Sadly, the Skarner, of course, punishes us, but overall, still positive for our lane. It just sucks we gave Skarner gold. As soon as we get back, there's another exchange, and we keep getting Warwick very low. He just lifesteals it all back up, and that means we're under this tower with no summoner spells, low HP, and he's healed to 70%. Our Q was misplaced, and this ends up allowing Warwick to kill us. We do, however, clear the full minion wave with the passive. Once we return to lane, the wave is bouncing in the Warwick's favor, which is a terrible position for us to be in, because it means if we want gold and experience, we must now fight this Warwick, which we already can't do. It's looking kind of gloomy, to be quite honest with you. Just because it's looking a little grim doesn't mean that I'm not willing to try and fight for this lead. I want to see exactly how good these Korean players are, and this is a perfect time to try that out. Success, but we can't celebrate for too long because the Skarner comes straight back to the top, kills us, and then freezes the way for his top laner. Whatever step forward we had just taken, it is now 3 steps back because we're in the exact same position. Wave is frozen and Warwick is able to 1v1 us. Securing that kill onto Warwick gives us enough gold to complete our first item. Now we have Wave Clear and we have Magic Resist, which is perfect for dealing with the Warwick. A fight breaks out around the Void where the enemy Skarner can't really help, and then we get another kill. And from here, it's the Scion show. We're fast forwarding 5 minutes now into the future. This is kind of all you really need to know about the Warwick matchup. In the 1v1, they're very strong because they can infinitely heal. Scion, on the other hand, is the king of teamfights. Once these teamfights start breaking out, we can completely control the Warwick, control his team, and from that, just control the game. Front to back team comps where they have no way of dealing with the ADC because they can't go through me, that's where they struggle. In this situation, I could care less about killing Tahm Kench. What he is to me is bait. If they come to defend him, they're in trouble. It's important to remember, even though you see us winning all of these team fights, if you look at the team score, they're still greatly in the lead. The reason behind that is because as a team, it's very clear that our 5v5 is much stronger, but when we're not in these 5v5 situations, they've been getting a lot of picks, and in this case, they got a pick onto our primary carry, the ADC, and then they also managed to get a pick onto a secondary carry, and this allowed the enemy team to start the Baron. Even though it wasn't a complete success, there's a lot of promise in this team fight. Personally, I think Viego misplayed in the middle of this fight, and that's what turned it in their favor. But still, like, we took this, they clearly had the edge in numbers, plus the buff, and we are still almost winning, which is a very bad sign for the enemy team. We've just secured the flash and the ultimate from Warwick, and out of the fog of war, they come running directly at me. This seems like both respect towards Scion, but also desperation. Clearly they've realized I am a big problem for them, and they need to get rid of me before the team fight starts. So far in this match, one of the primary issues on the enemy team is this Ezreal, and rather than allowing him to go back and reset, I decide the best option is to hard force straight into Ezreal's face. It doesn't look like a great play until you realize that the Drake is about to spawn, and this is our Soul Drake. This is for the Mountain Soul. So trading my life for this Ezreal in a crucial moment such as this is so important. The fight was looking very promising until the jungler showed up, bouncing over the wall, forcing our mid laner to reposition and waste his flash. Now we're the only one left, and we need to stop the enemy from taking our Soul Drake. Even though I knew Skarner was close, I figured it's still worth the risk. Didn't pay off in the end. Skarner secures the Mountain Drake and the game goes on. Rather than going for this Baron, I make the educated guess that they're going to be able to kill the Baron by themselves, so I'm going to go mid. Keep an eye on my gold. We go from 500 gold all the way to 1,600 plus, which is the exact amount we need for this critical item. The Visage works really well in connection with the items that we've already purchased. We have additional healing, additional shields, which is exactly what this build's all about. I don't really speak too much on builds because it's very versatile, but this is a pretty damn good stock standard build. It allows you to make ridiculous plays without dying, and this right here is genius. We take that tier 2, secure the gold, and look exactly where we ended up. At the Soul Drake, which this time our team secures it uncontested from the enemy. We were already so tanky, now chuck the soul buff onto that and imagine how strong we're gonna be. Did anyone else notice that my shield is about 3,000 in this clip just from pressing W? I end up recalling and teleporting in. We want to spread the Baron buff out and just trap the enemy. You don't want them to be able to defend the tower. This way we divide, conquer, open up more objectives for us, which is going to end the game quicker. Our team is now in a commanding position. Both top and bottom inhibitors have been destroyed. We just reset and head down the mid lane. This is the last inhibitor, and unfortunately for the enemy team, Silas got spotted by the sweeper on the ADC, which means we got the perfect team fight. That was a last-ditch effort from the enemy team, and I do like what they were trying to go for, the flank. Just a bit unlucky. Either way, we run straight through the base, closed it out. We gained 20 LP, on to game number 3. Last video, 2 new members joined. Thank you to Half-Blood Prince and Terraria. Of course, there are plenty of perks to joining, including member badges, channel emojis, access to the live stream VODs. Plus, when you leave a comment on the videos, it gets sent to a private section in my analytics, recognition on the main channel page. If you would like to support the channel and have a shout out in the next video, click that join button next to the channel name today. This time we're playing the Ruby Crystal Scion build, which means we start with no Doran shield and we can reach our items faster. At the end of this invade, we've now secured first blood. Everyone on our team gets to go back to base safely, and we make it to top lane in time to catch all the minions and experience. We're going to skip through this laning phase. Mundo vs Scion is very boring. The only thing you really need to know is that I started this lane without a Doran shield. We started it with a Ruby Crystal. So even though we don't get the kill here, we're still so far ahead that once we come back to lane, we're actually in a position of having lane tempo because of our item advantage. And we then use this lane tempo to move outside of our lane, looking to secure these voids. It's so strange to me. Just like in the last video, the junglers, they come to the top lane and gank our lane. I'm just not used to this. For some reason, everyone in my server sacks the Scion lane, but these guys, they just milk it for all it's worth. This means that I get further ahead in the top lane, and it's much easier for me to find moments to come and help the bot lane. Turns out these guys didn't even need me to come, but hey, better safe than sorry. And this begins the era of me trying to suggest to Jinx or Jarvan to pick up an Executioner's Calling. We need this item against the Mundo. Right now, our team is doing so well. All the lanes are ahead, and people have this mentality of that's going to keep going. They don't think about scaling or the problems that we are going to be facing in the future. And I'm telling you right now, I already know problems in the future. It's going to be both Swain and Mundo, and not being able to kill them unless we pick up some goddamn heal cut. They have insane amounts of health regeneration, and with Mundo getting that massive shutdown on Jinx, it has just begun. While our team was securing the 3 kills in the bot lane, the enemy's Mundo was split pushing for at least a minute or two. While he was doing that, he got the 2nd tier tower as well, the local gold from it. So he's now got the shutdown, free farm, and local gold. This guy is huge. Considering how long that took to kill him 5v1, I start spam pinging the Executioner Calling again. Someone needs to pick up this item, yet no one seems to be wanting to buy it. The time is now 21 minutes. I'm split pushing in the top lane while the team is fighting around the Drake. I'm playing catch up. It's a little bit greedy, but the Mundo is so far ahead that I need this extra gold. I push towards the tier 2 tower with the plan of ulting away after lowering it, but the Swain flashes in front of us, cancelling our ultimate, and this is an error by me. We should not have been here for this long, and the result of me dying is the enemy team forces the Baron. After Jinx got killed, our team should have immediately tried to abandon the fight. It should be known, once that ADC dies, you have no chance of killing Mundo. Enemy team gets the clean ace onto our team, but because I died so early, I do manage to teleport in before they finish the Baron, so we have a chance to create some disturbance. We stalled just long enough for the Jinx to respawn, come in, and clutch steal the Baron from the enemy team. After resetting, we see them doing a 1-3-1. Mundo, the biggest threat, is in the bot lane, and this means that we could potentially force a team fight in the middle of the map and end the game. The team fight was a success, but Karthus managed to kill most of the minions except for one. I figured, I'm so tanky, surely if I flash forward and we kill this Karma and I tank the tower, we could potentially end the game, but I didn't realize Yone was there, so it was a bad call. And in the end, the Jinx is the one who got punished for it because she dies and I waltz straight out of there. I'm now holding the top tower by myself while 3 of our members kill the Mundo in the bot lane. He's a massive problem. He needs to be killed, and then we need to force this Baron. Our team gets very lucky. They do manage to secure a kill onto the Mundo, and now we're rotating towards the Baron. At this exact moment, things are looking good. It's 4v2. We should be able to secure the Baron, but then Yone gets off an amazing ult. Jinx instantly dies, and now we're in a very awkward spot, sandwiched between the Yone and the fed Mundo. Given the health of the Baron and the fact that they just use skills to kill me, I don't fault the Sylas for going in here and attempting to steal this Baron, but the correct play was definitely just to give up the Baron and defend the base. Because of his death, we didn't have enough to defend, and our timers are slightly too long, only by a couple of seconds. So if Sylas was there, for certain we would have held. There's no guaranteeing we would have won this one either way. I'm curious to know what you guys think. Do you think we would have won this game, assuming we secured that Baron? Let me know in the comment section down below. And that leaves us losing the final game of today. So we end up on Diamond 4, 32 LP. Welcome back, guys. We're currently in the process of climbing the Korean ladder. We're up to Diamond 4 at the moment, and we've got 4 more games for you today. We start off invading because we're playing double jungle Scion. We've secured the red side, and Lee Sin wants to start on the enemy Raptors. So I decide to head over to the other side of the map, but then Lee Sin, he gets pushed out of the red. Obviously, it's a bit too late for me to rotate to another camp, but Lee Sin, he is not happy. We get very lucky. We can spot Nocturne on the ward we place. This means the entire blue side, it's ours for free. Well, free by my standards. I think we can all agree that this Lee Sin isn't too fond of me, and the Draven probably isn't either. But that's okay. We didn't fly all the way over here to make friends. Something I've noticed about Korea is that there's a lot less ego players. They don't hold things against you. If there's a kill to be taken, they're gonna go ahead and secure that kill. With our first kill secured, this is a positive sign for the team, and very quickly after, the Lee Sin and I start working cohesively together to start picking off the enemy team. Because I ended up stealing that other kill in the mid lane, I decided that I would leash the Lee Sin this camp, even using my spy to show him that I have good intentions, and hopefully from here, we can start working together to secure this win for our team. After this point, we've had 2 successful interactions with the Lee Sin, so I'm not too worried about him being upset anymore. So now our focus, it shifts over to the Draven. He just got that kill, he's in a prime position to deal some damage, and they're going to attempt to shut that down, and we need to make sure that doesn't happen. I could tell just by watching the map that they were posturing to try and stop Draven from reaching the tower, and that's where experience is key, because if we didn't show up here, I guarantee that play would have succeeded for them, and this would put Draven in an awful position. Moments later, we're clearing this red ward, we see the Lee Sin's close, and there's no vision on any of the other brushes that have been revealed, which means once we've cleared that red ward, they don't know Lee Sin's there, and we can path around. This is a 3v1 trap for the enemy team. With both the Lee Sin giving us the thumbs up and then immediately after getting a fist bump from the Draven, this is about as close as we can get to knowing that these guys no longer are despising the double jungle strategy. I even managed to bait out the Nocturne ult right after. This will make laning significantly easier for the Draven. I continue to help Lee Sin with his jungle camps. Even though I almost accidentally steal this blue buff, my intentions were pure. This allows Lee Sin to have quicker clear times, and a minute later, the three amigos are back in this bot lane. You don't really get to see it, but the enemy team, they knew we were here. This exchange, it went on for a while. We had to wait until the minions crash, and this means Nocturne, he's definitely close. We're low HP. The best option is for me to execute and hopefully protect the Draven. Sadly, we didn't have the juice in the passive to finish off the Nocturne. We've now fast forwarded 4 minutes into the future. Our team is in complete control of this game. I continue to hunt for people on the enemy team with this Lee Sin. There's always small things that you can do to help your team get ahead, and in this case, I notice they're having a full-on brawl in the top lane, and its minion wave is gonna hit the tower. I decide to hold it for the Draven and stack it in front of the tower. This gets him an amazing amount of gold, which of course he appreciates a lot. There's a change I made in my gameplay while in Korea. It's where I don't use my ultimate right away. Not too long ago, I would have immediately ulted here blindly. These days, I hold the R so that I can use it against the wall instead. I don't know, man. Sometimes Scion ult is just so fucking buggy. I got greedy here with my recall. They did end up punishing me on the way back. Whoops. We once again skip 4 minutes into the future. The Galio, he is out of position, and our team manages to successfully collapse onto him. This leads into our team starting the Baron. We've come up on 5 minutes into this video. I hope you're enjoying it. Just reminding you to leave a comment, like the video. It takes a long time to create this series, and leaving comments definitely helps the algorithm push the videos further, so I would appreciate it if you did it. Plus, if you haven't already, feel free to subscribe. The Baron gets secured. We do lose a couple of the buffs, but not us. We kept ours, and we head to the top lane intending to do a 1-3-1 split. That is, of course, until Draven got caught and a fight breaks out. I need to figure out if the Draven's going to survive long enough for me to actually get there and help. Fortunately, he does manage to stay alive, and once again, we're able to ult in and strategically target the wall. I'm just playing. This teamfight was always going to come down to which ADC died. Because Draven just survived, we're given the opportunity to flank and pick off the Aphelios. And once an ADC dies, I mean, that team just needs to either run or die. Now that most of the enemy team has been killed, we can go and clean up the middle inhibitor that we had previously opened earlier. After taking that inhibitor, our team got flushed out into the enemy red side. There wasn't really an opportunity for us to recall, so we're fighting this team fight without a back. Even without resetting, our team is far too ahead. We win the team fight, and that's enough for us to walk through and kill the Nexus, ending the game, claiming us 20 LP, and it also allows us to go from most hated to most honorable by the end of the game. Not a bad start for today, and in game number 2, we're playing Scion support. We've hung up the smite for this game, but that doesn't stop us from invading the enemy jungle. As we're heading back to the bot lane, the Jax bumps into the Cassante at the red buff, and he's threatening to start a fight. I actually don't want this fight to happen. I'm intentionally trying to not come and help. The more people that move over, the more likely a fight's gonna happen. If you look at the wave, it's already about to crash, and clearly this Corki has no teleport, so we have no choice but to full commit to this fight as well. And the reason I say that is because we're losing gold in the bot lane no matter what. If we lose gold here in this jungle fight too, the game very well could be instantly over. It's exactly why I didn't want to take this fight. We do get lucky though, and it goes in our favor, but without a doubt, this is definitely a fight we just should not have taken. As I'm trying to recall to get back to that bot lane, Volibear shows up, and I mean, if the kill's here, there's no point in going back, right? On our second attempt to recall, the Skarner also starts recalling, and I'm not sure why. Not taking this red is criminal, so that's why I decided to stay even longer and leash it for him. By the time we got back to this bot lane, 3 minutes have gone by, we've missed so many waves, and then we're forced to move again because I spot the volley bear rotating towards our raptors. For whatever reason, the team has given up on this chase, but not me. I intend on chasing this volley bear until the end of time because he has no summoner spells. The time is now 6 minutes. We've officially come to lane. We have 3 kills. The enemy bot lane is only now being introduced to the idea that Sion is the support this game and they have to deal with me. Even though I am low HP, under-leveled, I'm not afraid to go in because I know that I have my passive in my back pocket. Now that we've killed the bot lane, there's no point in returning until the wave has been reset. So I look around the map and see that this top lane is playing a little too aggressive. I don't just walk straight in though. If you had paid attention, I waited until the Cassante used his escape to engage, and this secures me another kill. And yes, I do mean me. I didn't hand that kill over to the Jax. I know I usually do hand over a lot of gold, but if the gold's already on me, I'm at a point where I could potentially carry this game myself, and I'm trying to snowball as quick as possible. For anyone who still doubts the legitimacy of Sion support, these next few clips are going to show you just how obnoxious it is to verse. Unless you are the one playing Sion, then it is very, very fun. As if that Q didn't tag the center as well. To this day, I'm almost positive that this volley bear has no clue where that blue buff went. For those of you who don't climb solo queue regularly, this won't make sense to you, but those who do, you'll understand. I noticed around Diamond 4 to Diamond 3, this bracket, the skill level actually dropped in Korea. The Emerald players were of much higher quality. These guys were making a lot more fundamental mistakes and just poorer decisions. Maybe you can see that as well. I'm not too sure. It is, of course, quite interesting, but it is something that happens in every single server as well. There's like pockets of players that are stuck and it causes issues when you're climbing and you need to slightly adapt what you're doing to get around them. Focusing back in on where the game state's at, our team clearly has a kill lead, but you must remember most of these kills, they're actually on us. We have 9 of them. So winning this team fight is slightly more critical than you might imagine. Our team does have one thing going for them. They're really good at collapsing and taking the fights compared to the enemy team. They seem very disorganized, almost as if they're not even trying to win anymore. I'm also noticing at this elo that they have a weaker mental state. They try forfeiting a lot quicker. And when the game seems unwinnable, they're more than happy to just take a full-on team fight, even if they know they're not going to win it, to try and end the game quicker. And I do believe that's what's happening right here. Because they have no justifiable reason to try and contest the third Drake against the Baron team when you're already behind over 10 kills. We end up completely wiping them and then pushing through to their base and opening up both inhibitors before we leave. 1 minute later, I've swept my way through the enemy blue side and noticed that they're pretty deep in the mid lane. I simply walked behind them, pressed my E onto center, and this was the final team fight. As simple as that. We've still got the Baron buff, plus both of the inhibitor towers are down, and as soon as these guys die, there's no way they can hold it. We know it, they know it, and that's exactly why they surrendered, and we secure another 20 LP. Now we're sitting on Diamond 4, 72 LP, heading into the third game of the day, in which we are playing Scion support up against a Vel'Koz and a Zeri. This matchup can be kind of difficult depending on if you can slow down the Vel'Koz's aggression, and I tend to do that by just waltzing forward as soon as I can. Pushing them back allows us to get to level 2 first, which usually means we won't get pushed out of the lane from his poke. If you're keeping an eye on the Nocturne's pathing, you'd know it's important that I don't let these guys go back here. We need them to stick around so that we can do a 3v2 tower dive using the Scion passive. Because the Caitlyn had Nocturne in the bot lane, he's going to go for an extra wave, which means if I go to the bot lane, there's going to be no one there. She's going to be recalling on the time I arrive. I may as well go to the mid lane and potentially get some gold for this Ahri. It wasn't immediate, but after a little bit of persistence, the Yone does die to the Ahri, and the Ahri gives us the thumbs up. 2 minutes later, the enemy bot lane has control of this lane. I'm trying to make a play onto the Zeri with the Hex Flash, but it turns out this brush was warded, and we immediately got punished. Fortunately, we had the Nocturne sitting in the jungle with level 6, and he was able to come to the bot lane using that ultimate to pick up some of the gold that I had just handed over. Almost as if time is repeating, as soon as the Caitlyn's going back, I found myself in this mid lane once again, picking off the Yone. We have a free roam. We may as well use it. We know it worked in the mid lane last time, and it worked in the mid lane again. Nocturne picks up this kill. That's 3 in a row he's just gotten. Basically, after we got that double kill in the bot lane, Caitlyn and I were able to muscle our way through. We're now trying to get as many platings as possible before the 14-minute mark. I'm also in this position where we can take any single fight we want, and it's going to be successful because the Nocturne got so many of those kills quite early on. He's basically our golden child. The only thing we need to do is to keep him alive, and if we focus on that, they just have no way of coming back. We're going through this game as fast as possible because we have a team comp that allows us to just set up and siege. We've got long range poke from the Caitlyn. Our top laner, he's winning. Mid laner's winning. We've got the backup of Nocturne. So it doesn't really matter what we do at this point. This team fight is a 4v5, yet we are completely dominating them. You can see each player in our team individually outplaying the others. So there is definitely a team gap. We successfully closed this game out very shortly after. The scoreline ends up at 41-22. Our team just dominated them. We gained 22 LP, which is significantly more than 20, meaning we're fixing our MMR. In the last video, we had 2 new members join, both Tariq and Charlie. Thank you very much. Of course, there are plenty of perks to joining, including member badges, channel emojis, access to the live stream VODs. Plus, when you leave a comment on the videos, it gets sent to a private section in my analytics, recognition on the main channel page. If you would like to support the channel and have a shout out in the next video, click that join button next to the channel name today. Game number 4 starts off slightly different than normal. I was AFK at the start of this one, so I'm invading quite late considering we're doing double jungle. You'll notice that we have no vision and we're blind walking in here. I'm kind of hoping that I'm able to steal this camp. We need either the little ones or the big minion to deny him level 2. Obviously, I wasn't expecting to be 3-manned shanked in the jungle, but that did happen. We gained absolutely nothing from this invade. It was a complete fail, more than just a fail, because because we used our smite and Lee Sin didn't. So we leashed him, we helped him. But I don't mind showing you these types of games because when you try this strategy yourself, these things are going to happen and you need to figure out how to come back from it. And this is a prime example of things going literally as bad as they can. We messed up the invade, our ADC died 1v2, and now we're getting killed by all of the enemy team after killing just one camp. The enemy team juggled the aggro quite well. I was hoping that the Nautilus would attack me first, which does happen quite often, but nope, he understood the mission. If Nautilus did attack us, the Glacial would have allowed us to trade back. We're now charging towards our blue buff. We can just assume that Lee's there. He's not silly. He knows that Skarner's taken his blue side. So we're here, and the Anivia is helping us contest it. Killing Lee Sin is a massive step to coming back. I'm now in a very awkward spot. Obviously, I want to help, but I have no cooldown. So if I go and help, all I can do is auto attack. I also want to catch back up, so I want to keep killing this blue, but then it resets. Everything just was not going in our favor. From this point, I just buckled down and started farming as much as I can, which Skarner wasn't the biggest fan of, but sometimes you just gotta do what you gotta do to come back, right? I can't go to the bot lane. I'm too far behind. Most of the times it would actually hinder your ADC to do that at this point. So what I do is I keep farming until I catch back up in experience. Riot have made the jungle basically very, very forgiving for new players. So if you ever fall behind and you have a jungle item, you have a lot of catch-up experience, and we're abusing that right now. We've caught up to Lee Sin's level for the most part, and even if we're not the exact level, because we're Scion, that level gap means nothing to us. We can start stealing his camps again. And you guys also need to understand that he's the one on a clock here. My Skarner got to AFK farm that entire time he was messing around with us. We're not in any position that we feel like we need to do anything. All we have to focus on is stealing his camp. He has to focus on winning his lanes, making sure he doesn't die to the overlevel Skarner. It's very easy for us to just relax and steal shit. And relax and steal shit was exactly what I did while my team actively beat their lanes. And you can claim luck all you want, but the fact is, Skarner AFK farms get the level lead. Lee Sin, he feels pressured to invade because I'm stealing his camps. This puts him in awkward positions, and that's exactly how those triple kills happen. That's how I keep getting quote-unquote carried. It's because of Lee Sin's busy fighting the support. He's won the support versus jungle battle, but the jungle versus jungle battle, that clearly goes to our jungler. And never forget, this is the worst this strategy can do. Like, everything went wrong. We screwed up multiple times, yet look at the level difference between the Lee Sin and me. It's nothing. There's no level difference. We're the same level. But look at the gap between our jungler and him. The time is now 9 minutes and 40 seconds. Now, I don't need to look at the goal graph to tell you that's the exact moment everything changed for our team. Yes, they've been carrying us, but now I also have tempo. And there you go. That's how to get carried after things go wrong. We end up getting to Diamond 3 this episode. we set Elise very far behind, the Skarner got to free farm and he uses that advantage to kill the Yasuo. Elise is now farming the mid lane because we've taken every single camp. While that's happening, I'm taking both of the scuttles and the Skarner is cleaning up the camps that he missed. Given my location and the Elise retreating, this looked like a promising gank. So after securing the Scuttle Crab, I head straight to the top lane. It was very clearly warded, and Aatrox into Sion greatly benefits the Aatrox because he can always cancel my Q. We've also got the additional problem that Elise has no camps. As I explained, we took them all. So he's got nothing to farm, which means he's gonna farm us instead. We just shouldn't have taken this gank. It ends up being 2 kills for the enemy and 1 for the Yone. I'm not gonna let that one little mistake hold us back. We're still significantly ahead of the enemy team. While all this action's going on, the Skarner's still farming away. This is critical because he is a late game scaler. If he makes it to level 6 without much happening on the map, he's gonna quickly snowball out of control for this Elise. In order to snowball, she really needs those early kills. Fortunately for her, she picks up another kill onto the Renekton under the tower. So that's 2 kills she's picked up, 1 onto me, 1 onto the Renekton. Wah, wah. First game of the day, misclick. If we got that auto attack, without a doubt, at least would be dead. So it's a big mistake by us again. That's 2 of them in 1 game so far. There's no point dwelling on it. I path back to the mid lane and this Yasuo is still overextending. He's up against a Renekton who has a point and click stun and a double dash. He's also still got no summoner spells, so he's an easy pick for us to go for. Just like everyone else, I make plenty of mistakes, but what I do is I adapt from them quicker than the average person. You can see I didn't go top this time. I went to blue, and I waited until Skarner was there to help us, and then we take the dive onto this Aatrox. Because we have 3 people showing for a top dive, I'm already aware that this Elise is going to be trying to 3v1 dive the bot lane. They always feel pressured, plus it's the correct move to do, so I make sure to recall as soon as possible and head straight to the bot lane. Thought the Skarner was ahead before, now he is miles ahead. Elise has been shut down and our team gets to continue farming with this massive lead. We've got every single lane ahead and everyone is holding their leads without any issues. This is looking like a very solid win for game number 1. Whenever you're coming in for a flank like this and you're playing Sion, make sure to go into the brush before landing your Q so he can't time it, he can't know where I'm placing it, which means he can't avoid it. It's always a great sign when your team is murdering everyone on the other side of the map. They end up killing the Braum, which is why I come for this tower dive in the bot lane, but we ended up staying here for way too long, which does read as he knew I was there, which obviously he does. The problem is he timed his back to the tower with the minion wave dying, and this puts me in the awkward position. I didn't need to go in, so this is completely my fault. I end up baiting both myself and the Kaiser, which gives over a decent amount of gold because we have shutdowns. This is one of my favorite features that Riot added, the ability to say sorry. It's universal. Doesn't matter what language they speak, they understand that I know it was my fault and I apologize. Our team continues to have a very strong hold over the enemy jungles, and 3 minutes later, we've ended the laning phase and we are all ready to commit to the team fights. That was such a nice ult by us, but unfortunately the Skarner had a little bit of anti-synergy when he pulled them away with his ultimate. Even though we died, Renekton secured that top tier 2, which is worth more gold than our death handed over, so net positive overall. The time is now 20 minutes and the score is 16-28 in our team's favor. We are just miles ahead. This Xayah was expecting us to go to the Drake after killing 2 people in the bot lane. We decided to go for the kill on her. The reason being, if she's dead, we could easily take the Baron, which is exactly what we end up doing. Sometimes the Drake is just an unnecessary objective for winning. When you're super far ahead, your goal should just be to close out ASAP. You don't want them catching up. The game has a lot of mechanics in it that allows the team that's behind to catch back up, and the longer it goes for, the easier that becomes. So quit going for those minor objectives when you could just go straight through and end the game. With that, we finish game number 1, gaining 21 LP. So now we're on Diamond 3, 36 LP, heading into game number 2. In this match, we are up against a Karthus. This is one of my favorite matches to play double jungle into, mainly because a lot of the time they don't run flash. Another reason is because they are very reliant on that blue buff, which makes it very easy for me to know exactly which camp that they're going to be starting on. Focusing back in on this game in particular, the Karthus decided not to start on that blue because he knew we warded it. He kind of guessed what we were trying to do, but we still managed to find him at these wolves and we stopped him in his tracks. Now we're trying to expand to other camps, but we quickly find ourselves in some trouble. Something interesting happened in this exchange. Both the Karthus and Karma knew not to kill me or else it would trigger my passive. They killed me once they were within a safe range. It's very hard to coordinate such things. A lot of the time, someone's going to try and KS that kill. I thought it was pretty smart, and it was also a very clear reminder that we were no longer on OCE. Once again, we ping where the Lee Sin should go, and he actually goes to that direction, clears the camp, and now he's in a battle with this Karthus, which means we can start taking the camps for free on the other side of the map. Karma started roaming, and she's trying to stop us, but there's nothing she can do. So we take this, and we are getting further and further ahead in both gold and experience. The age-old question of the ADC falling behind, what are you gonna do? Well, as you just saw, the ADC was killed in the 2v1, and I do whatever I can to help him get back in, including pushing the cannon minion over in his direction. I then recall right in front of the minion wave to let the other team know that I'm recalling, and then immediately I go straight back to that lane instead of roaming and sneak my way into the brush so that I could surprise the enemy. Now we've got an ADC that has both a gold advantage and a level advantage. We go into this brush and I'm trying to cheese the enemy once again. Kalista decides it's not for him, so when he goes back to spend his gold, I decide to stay in the brush. I know it's gonna work, it's just a matter of time. It's now 10 minutes into this video. I'm assuming you're enjoying it, so if you are, feel free to leave a comment, like the video. It really helps out. This series takes forever to make. The more comments we get, the more likes, the more views, which means the more videos I make for you guys in the long run. I don't know what's going on. My clicks are still out of this world, but we don't let that stop us from hunting the enemy down. I'm not sure if you guys have realized this, but a while ago now, I swapped out my jungle item for the support item. So I'm fully committing to being a support so we can use our smite to help leash this Lee Sin with all these camps. It's important for you guys to understand when and why I'm swapping out between double jungle and support, not only in the lobby, but mid-game. In this case, I wasn't even losing the double jungle. We were being quite successful. It's just that it's better off for me to go to the bot lane because I can make more gold. There's a lot more risk in me going to the jungle and handing gold back to Karthus rather than coming to a lane that's already winning and a winning matchup. Well, it would be winning if this Kalista didn't use his R like this. So the number one priority is always do what makes your team the most gold. You do that and you're likely gonna win more games than you lose. I gotta admit, guys, it is significantly more fun to play on this server. Everyone just works together. You see a play in your head, you make it, and it just works out because everyone commits. Game number 2, it ended in 15 minutes. We never even made it to the mid game. We were crushing them so hard. The synergy, it was just too much for the enemy. And we end up winning, gaining 20 LP. So now we're on 56 LP, Diamond 3 in Korea. On to the next game. Game number 3, we are versing an AP Cog. This was a very popular pick in Korea. I start the lane off as I always do. I walk forward, Q the Cog more. Doing this not only lowers his health, but it also means that he can't push the wave and fight for level 2. And with that level 2, our ADC is playing phenomenally. He's landing all his combos to perfection, and this allows us to not only pick up that free kill onto the Pyke, but we then also get one onto the Kog'Maw, forcing the Cog to miss that full wave. We are setting this lane up perfectly, and it's all thanks to this Caitlyn. We've reset, spent our gold, and I've snuck into this bottom brush before the Caitlyn shows up. In the enemy's mind, I'm following behind the Caitlyn, and she's rocking up first. They don't realize we've been sitting here waiting for them. They've stepped straight into our trap. Now that the Pyke is dead, this Kog'Maw is at risk of being dove. He knows this. It doesn't really matter though because he needs that farm. He needs the experience. He can't just give it up. He already missed the experience from the last cannon minion dying to the tower. He wasn't willing to lose it again. I'm not sure what was going on, but for whatever reason, my clicks today were not very good. I kept slightly misclicking everything, and we saw in the earlier game that actually cost us a kill. In these scenarios, it's not really affecting us, but still, it's quite frustrating. Once again, my Q placement was a little bit questionable. We do trade 1-for-1, but eventually they catch me down and kill me too. So it was a profitable trade for the enemy team. We fast forward a minute into the future. I want you to pay close attention to the time on the clock. It's only 9 minutes and a full-on team fight is breaking out on this map. It's kind of funny to think about how a massive brawl like this occurs and then everyone just goes back to their lane like nothing happened. That's Korea summed up for you. Some of the strengths of AP Cog is that he can farm under the tower. He can just wave clear instantly, right? And that means that no one can tower dive him. We kind of negate that as Scion support though, because we are more than happy to go under the tower. With this Scion Caitlyn combo, all it takes is 1 Q and he's low enough health that Caitlyn could probably finish him off. They were not having a great time. It was a very rough lane for the enemy bot lane. It took multiple people just to take down this Caitlyn. They sent 3 people. They do secure her, but this gives me the chance to sneak my way back into the brush. And of course, once my ADC dies, I'm going to do everything in my power to catch them back up. And that means freezing the wave instead of killing it. All that gold that Caitlyn just lost, she just makes it up right there. Up until this point, our team, every single team fight that we had entered was a profitable one for us. So it was kind of a shock that this team fight got turned around. One by one, the enemy started picking us off. Now the scoreline has gone from a 5-kill gap down to just 1. We're in one of those situations where the enemy is starting the Baron, so we have no option but to force this fight in the bot lane, and hopefully it works out as a positive trade for us. Personally, I think the inhibitor and a couple towers is worth more than just a Baron buff, as one's temporary and the other is permanent. In this case in particular, we skip 4 minutes into the future and they achieve nothing with that buff, and now we have complete control of this game. 2 members of the enemy team are currently dead, and we have our pick of what to go for. Our team decides to go for the bottom inhibitor while I split apart and use the minions to open up the mid. I want to set us up to get another inhibitor in the future, and my team doesn't seem to agree with my choice. I'm more than happy to die to open this up, but the fact that they're disagreeing tells me that my skill level is likely much higher than Diamond 3 in Korea. Once again, we use the Nocturne ult to pick up another 2 kills, and because the tower is open, we can walk straight in and collect that inhibitor. Now we're on to the final team fight. Game number 3 finishes off in a very clean fashion. We pick up 19 LP, so now we're only 2 games away from Diamond 2. In the last video, we had 2 new members join. Shout out to Vladen and Dovid. Of course, there are plenty of perks to joining, including member badges, channel emojis, access to the live stream VODs. Plus, when you leave a comment on the videos, it gets sent to a private section in my analytics, recognition on the main channel page. If you would like to support the channel and have a shout out in the next video, click that join button next to the channel name today. In game number 4, we are playing double jungle Scion. We've invaded, dropped the wards, and our jungler crossed over to our side where he met the enemy Vi trying to sneak his camps. While you're watching this all unfold, I want you to pay attention to the Kog'Maw, who is freely farming, shoving the wave in, and this is denying the enemy Ezreal, who's chasing us all around the map using his summoner spells. It's denying him all that gold and experience. So not only is this guy dying, but he's losing all of that too. absolutely brutal for this fight. And look at this. I come back to take the red. I ping him careful. He's already got one red. That's why I want it. And he clearly understands this, moves over without an argument. Well, if it wasn't already clear to you, today we have some leaks. First of all, our clicks are not great. And secondly, we keep getting amazing leads and then taking that lead to the top lane where we immediately throw it away. We need to stop ganking these high damage top laners. It's just not worth it. Yes, you are watching correctly. I decided to try my luck against this Darius once again. Even though this is a worth trade for our team, clearly I have not learnt my lesson about ganking this Darius. We skip a couple minutes into the future. Actually, we're going to be skipping a lot this game. All I want to show you with this clip is how we came to secure all the Drakes. Each time, there was one of the enemies who randomly died to us before, allowing us to secure the objective. That was our second Drake, and for the third one, we randomly found the Vi on our blue side jungle. Absolutely no reason for her to be there, but hey, gave us the third Drake. Honestly, the quality of this game was far less than what the typical game was in Korea. A prime example is the clock just hit 20 minutes. They've sent 3 people to the bot lane to kill our top laner, which just opens up the Baron for us, which of course we go for because we've just picked off Ezreal. I definitely think I misplayed this fight though. I could have saved my ultimate for this Vi and zoned him a lot better than I did. I basically allowed him to come in. As a result, our team gets punished. Vi secures that Baron, and now we're in a pretty awkward spot because our lead doesn't mean too much anymore. Things go from bad to worse. The 4th Drake, which we need, the Mountain Soul, has just spawned, and our jungler immediately gets caught and a fight breaks out. Even though the fight starts off really poorly for us, we have an AP Cogmore, and there are a couple of them that are quite low. I figured maybe I can clean them up with my ult, but I end up getting baited into the Zillion ult and then dying. This means we miss out on our primary win condition, which is that Mountain Soul. It would have been amazing on the Mundo. 2 minutes later, our team is split. Darius is 1v1ing the Mundo, and it looks like we have an opportunity here to go and shut him down. I have clearly not learnt my lesson from all the other times I went to the Darius because he ends up being able to 3v1 us, or at least 3v1 hold us, while the enemy team engages onto our Cogmore. Because he's AP, I just figured that he would be able to hold the wave under the tower while we dealt with Darius, but ultimately it's my fault. Actually, there was a couple of moments in this game where I had the opportunity to change it. Like, we gave away the Baron, we could have changed that, and also the Darius, most of his gold was from us dying at level 1. If we didn't gank that top lane, Monday would have been a lot better off. We end up losing 21 LP, rightfully so, but I feel like we learned a couple of valuable lessons on the way, so hey, it wasn't all that bad. We're currently at Diamond 3, 54 LP, and we're coming off the back of a loss, so we're looking to mix it up, so I figured, why not bring out the Braum for the first time ever on the Korean server. Back home on OCE, I would describe my Braum as very, very aggressive, so it should technically fit in quite well on this server. But there's really only one way to truly find out. This game started off with the Ashe being a very aggressive ADC. 4 minutes later, the aggression is still being kept up and we've just secured the Xera's flash. Now I'm seeing the Graves behind the tower. I'm assuming we're going for this tower dive, but I made a very big mistake. I didn't notice Graves had pinged that he wanted the camp. I go in way too soon. I both misread the situation and played the dive incorrectly. I was so focused on pushing the minions in that I didn't realize what was going on. Something that really shines in Korea is their ability to draft. This bot lane combo that we're up against, the Xerath and the Jhin, has the ability to all in their opponents from a distance with their ultimates, so it's important for us to initiate a fight before that ever happens. Overall, I would say that the bot lane went even. It was a lot of cat and mouse when it came to their ultimates. Something I was really trying to focus on doing during these early Braum games was pushing the champion to its limits. I didn't want to play reserve and ease my way into it. I wanted to go as ham as possible to figure out very quickly where my limits are. Any opportunity that I got, I'd always make sure I'm hiding in the brushes. Even though it was obvious, in order to get me out, they need to use their spells. And if they're using the spells on me, they're not using it on my ADC. Of course, just like this kill, there's always a chance for the enemy team to make a mistake. And boy, oh boy, did the enemy team make some mistakes. For whatever reason, this Akali just decided enough was enough and she didn't want to play this game anymore. A trend that was increasing the higher rank we got. We're currently watching the final teamfight of this game, even though I don't think it mattered at all. Sometimes you just get lucky, the solo queue gods grace you with a free win, and this was one of those games. The enemy team forfeits, and I don't blame them. We end up securing 19 LP, and this pushes us up to 73, so we're closing in on Diamond 2. Second game Braum, and the second time we've ended up in a 2v2 at level 1. While we win that in the bot lane, our team fights in the enemy jungle and they lose, so it's a bit of a coin flip. We won the bot, they win the top side. Once we had arrived back to lane, we had an item advantage which gave us lane pressure. Eventually, we pushed the wave in and was heading back for a reset, but before we managed to get to safety, the Nidalee appeared out of the river. I tried my best to save the Ashe, but there's only so much I can do. Now I'm in this position where I'm half HP and I don't want to allow the enemy team to recall, so I was trying to run through the brushes and potentially tag the enemy ADC with my Q, but I didn't manage to find the Jinx, and then I just stayed in the brush. Instead of recalling, which is what a normal person would do, we simply waited. It's been over a minute now since the Nidalee ganked our lane, and I still have not recalled. The enemy team is definitely thinking, there's no way he is still in that brush. But they've never burst me before, because yes, I was still in that brush. I'm sure very surprising for them, but for you guys who have been watching for a while now, definitely not surprising, not at all. We're once again in this position where we're trying to recall to spend the gold that we've made, but Ash decided to recall in a funny location, and now I do something quite silly. I should have just recalled. There's a good chance they wouldn't have known I was behind that brush. I end up dying. This gives Jinx the passive, and out of nowhere, we now have 3 deaths on the board. While we're heading back to lane, obviously I didn't realize this at the time, but the Ashe says, "Why am I playing like a silver?" For the record, I don't take full blame for what happened earlier. Ashe easily could have recalled in a better location. She also came back to try and steal the kill on Zyra and put herself in danger of dying to that Jinx. Although I guess that's a lot better than what I did right here, which is died to try and kill the Zyra plan for 3 gold. Whoops. We went from winning this lane to Jinx now having 3 kills. The main problem right now is that I'm not respecting the enemy. I'm used to everyone having weaknesses, but the truth is, in Korea, all these players, they all have a lot of mastery points on their champion. So even when you have them down and out, if you give them even a little bit of gold, they're gonna run back with it, and then all of a sudden they're in the lead, which is what happened this game. The time is 17 minutes. The enemy has a winning top laner, winning mid laner. The bot lane, they caught up. It's about even, but they're probably winning. The enemy jungler is winning by a lot. This game is looking very, very grim. Now the score, it's 17-27. If we don't find a way to turn this game around soon, we are basically going to need a miracle. But hey, who doesn't love a great comeback story? Something that's very important in this Baron fight, look where I'm positioning. I didn't go into the pit with my team. I positioned below the enemy. I'm pincering them out. The Udi is doing the exact same thing. He teleported in top. We're both forcing them to make a choice. If you want to damage our team on that Baron, then you're going to have to fight us. We secure that Baron and set up siege in the mid lane. Things, they're looking like they've just turned for the better. Cloud9, it didn't last for long. Some unfortunate events occurred all in succession. Irelia instantly died as soon as we went under the tower to kill the Zyra. And I know it looks kind of bad on me, but I don't think it is. We're gonna go back in time now and pay close attention to what the Lee Sin is doing. We've got the Baron for over a minute now, and he's just going from camp to camp, heading back to base to buy an item while we're sieging the tower in a 1-3-1. That's why they were able to collapse on us. We're now in the present, and the Drake is about to spawn. This is the 3rd Drake for the enemy team. Lee Sin gets picked off before it spawns, and this gives the enemy team the free Drake. But while that's happening, Irelia is split pushing on the top side of the map, opening their structures. This is our win condition, and I attempt to protect him by cutting off the enemy team before they can reach the top side of the map. It was completely unnecessary. The Udyr got that inhibitor with or without our help there. We end up baiting the Ashen and getting him killed. But at the end of the day, you see a win condition and you need to do whatever you can to try and secure that win condition. For us, it's opening these side inhibitors, allowing us the chance to potentially backdoor and win. We attempted to rush this Baron. The enemy team committed everything they had to stop us, in which they succeeded, and then they rotate to mid. But pay close attention to the top side of the map. Udyr has just entered the broken inhibitor, and all we have to do is stop the enemy team from backing. Game number 2 is a triumph. We managed to come back and we win 20 LP. We're now only one game away from Diamond 2. Last video, we had 4 new members join. Thanks to all of you, including our very first high roller. Wow, Mr. Big Shot. Of course, there are plenty of perks to joining, including a bunch of channel emotes, but most importantly, you're gonna be supporting this channel, allowing us to travel to our next destination. Another game, another Ashe, and they do not like when you go AFK at the start because they really want to fight the enemy, I assume. The game starts off the same way I always start off with Braum. I play very aggressive, aiming to get control of these side brushes. Once you have that control, you can control the minion wave, and that allows you to get level 2 first. And from there, well, you're about to see. I don't know if this is the same ADC from the last game, because it might be, but we have the exact same issue where instead of going back, they want to overstay. I mean, it is so much easier to just spend your gold. Unlike last time, the jungler didn't show up at level 3. He didn't skip his buff to come and kill us, and we got to take advantage of it. Now my priority is to zone the enemy bot lane off of this wave. They want to farm, which all we need to do is keep ourselves between them and the farm, and they'll lose experience, they'll lose gold, but most importantly, if they want anything, they're going to put themselves in harm's way. You'll notice I'm doing the exact same play over and over. I pretend I'm walking away, and then I use my W to jump to the closest minion to them and try to tag them with the Q. It's still early days in this one, but the Nautilus, we're detecting some weakness in this player. We're 8 minutes into this game and he's already died 4 times. And while my team is off killing him, I sneak into the bottom brush. This is a very effective trick, mainly because the enemy thinks that I will be with my ADC, which means once the minion line passes the brush that I'm in, he assumes that surely I am behind my ADC. Okay, so be completely honest here. Without going back in the video, can you tell me right now who the enemy jungler is and what champion they're playing? I'm going to assume most of you answered you have no fucking clue because we haven't seen that jungler show up not once, which is a big difference from the last game. The correct answer was Vi. This seems like the perfect time to remind you guys that if you're enjoying this series, don't forget to leave a comment and like the video. It directly influences the algorithm. Recently, there's been a big uptick in views, and that's because you guys are leaving the comments. So far during this Korean series, I didn't remind you to leave a comment in one video, and I'm guessing you can pick out which one that is. Personally, I don't really believe the Rift Herald holds much weight. I would never put in that much effort to secure it. With that being said though, I do believe this was a critical team fight, which means our top laner, he should have teleported into this team fight long ago. I'm not even that concerned about the Rift Herald being stolen. Realistically, we want this team fight to go in our direction so that we can set up to take the next Drake. That is an important objective. Either way, this team fight goes completely in the losing team's favor. They get the Rift Herald and they pick up 2 kills onto our team, and now they're sieging the mid tower, but I'm not quite ready to give up yet. We're still in the driving seat, whether they realize it or not. The Nautilus dies for his 8th time. The Nautilus dies for his 8th time in 15 minutes. I'm not sure if he's inting or not at this point. It is a little suspect, but every time he dies, it allows us to open up into a team fight. These team fights, considering the score gap, they're not that clean. The enemy is managing to escape. The enemy is making it very difficult for us to kill them, as shown by this Akali. Maybe I was wrong about how useful the Rift Herald is. Never mind. It's just as bad as I thought it was. Anyway, let's focus back in and close this game out. The scoreline is now 23-12, 16 minutes into this game. It really feels like we're mid 20 minutes, but no, the clock isn't even 20, which means the Baron has not even spawned yet. Isn't it just absolute chaos? Team fight after team fight after team fight, and all for what? There are no objectives up. What are we fighting for? It is just wild. We've fast forwarded 5 minutes into the future. The Baron has officially spawned. The next team fight that we ace the enemy team in, we can look to close this game out. And I was trying to get that pick onto the Nautilus, but then we randomly saw Akali in our blue side. She was playing the best on the enemy team, so it was a little bit confusing to find her out of position. We end up throwing our ultimate at her and getting her summoner spells. But the thing that really stood out to me is the fact that she is the best player. She's used her summoner spells. She's low HP. This means that we can just start this Baron, and presumably we have the lead. We should be able to win the 4v4, and that's the logic I went for. So I forced the team to do this Baron, and we crossed our fingers. As it turns out, our Baron taking skills are not that great. It takes us quite a while to kill this thing, so the enemy team managed to regroup and try to engage onto us, but our team performed really well on the exit. Look how everyone is clumped together and focusing on the one target on the enemy team, the exact one that has no summoner spells. If we had all split apart into 2 separate groups, this could have been a very different outcome. Rather than recalling I stick around to help my team, people don't realize this in every single ELO. Just because you're low HP doesn't mean you're not useful. You are a target to bait the enemy team in. If they're focusing you, they cannot be focusing another carry. Trust me, there are so many people who just cannot get this through their head, and it always changes the outcome of fights. From that forced play, we managed to completely ace the enemy team, no deaths on ours, and we secure the Baron buff. Now we're looking to close this game out. We skipped through a lot of this game, but for a large portion of it, I was being an absolute nuisance. Our score is 1-2 with 24 assists. There were multiple occasions where the enemy team were doing stupid shit just to try and kill me, and this is another example of it. The game was over, and he just wanted his sweet revenge. We're definitely starting to enter a different bracket of diamond players. This bracket is including a lot more feeding, a lot more griefing, forfeiting, AFKing, you name it. It's definitely a lot more toxic. It's going to be a struggle to move past. I'm assuming this is between Diamond 2 and Diamond 1, but either way, we're going to find out because we just got promoted to Diamond 2. We're only a couple games away from reaching High Diamond in Korea. That's where we're starting off today, and in game 1, we're playing double jungle Sion. We end up absolutely dominating the enemy team at level 1, completely securing the entire enemy red side, and now we're looking towards this top lane. Our team has 5 kills, and the enemy Lee, he's going to be on the bot side because there's nothing for him to farm at red. For those who are curious, all the question mark pings are from the Elise, and she was saying that she thinks the strategy is crazy, at least according to Google Translate anyway. We managed to secure the red buff from this Lee Sin, which means we're now level 4 and he's level 2. Rather than chasing Lee Sin down, I immediately look for the next objective because I can see Ezreal is coming for the kill, and the sooner we start pathing over to the Lee's blue side, the more camps we're going to deny from him. I take the camps that are available and then path back over to our Raptors. While we're crossing, we see the Lee Sin is farming the mid lane. This gives both junglers the intel that he's going for a camp that I've already taken, which means this Elise should have ran as soon as possible, but she ends up getting caught on her way out and handing a kill back over to the Lee Sin. We now use the information that we have. So Lee Sin, he's on the other side of the map to us, which means we can invade his blue side, and now we're in this position where the wave has crashed into the tower and we can tower dive, the exact same thing that we did on the top side of the map earlier in this game. Pay attention to how every single time I die with the passive, I'm using it to clear waves, but not steal the minions. We've now respawned and come to the mid lane. Elise has secured all 3 of the voids. Look at their levels. Both primary junglers are only level 4, and we're pushing level 6. This exchange wasn't perfect by any means, but we do end up trading 1 for 1, and it gets us level 6. This is very important because we can now go from our death to the bot lane, and they're not going to expect us to have our ultimate. 9 minutes into this game, and we have 6 kills and 5 assists. We are absolutely loaded when it comes to cash. We've already got 4 voids secured, so rather than going and chasing kills, I decide it's best that we stay and get the last 2, which gives us 2 voidlings per player and hopefully being a win condition in the future. I'm going to assume that you're just like me. You're watching us win every single team fight, yet when you look at the team score, it's dead even. What this means is that something on our team isn't going well. We have an issue. I'm not sure what it is just yet. The only thing we know for certain at this point in the game is that we are doing so much work and it's not really paying off. We're not getting a big lead. We're barely breaking even. 20 minutes into this game, and this is the first time one of our cheese plays just missed. Only by a little bit. Even though there was a couple of misplays by me in there, it does end up working out, and I use my passive to block the Camille's stun onto Rek'Sai, which allows him to escape with 2 kills, so now Rek'Sai is a very big top laner. This is the first team fight that didn't go in our favor. We really shouldn't have taken a 4v5, but there are a couple of team fighting issues that occurred as well. Rek'Sai left his position as tank to go for a kill, and that completely allowed the enemy team to walk through us. 2 minutes later, the Talon manages to get a pick onto the enemy ADC, and we start rotating towards the Baron when the Katarina manages to pick off our ADC. The timing was very awkward for us. We had 1 camp until we got the upgraded jungle item. That's why we were out of position, or else we too would have been around that Baron defending the ADC. I end up re-engaging onto the enemy team. A teleport comes in, and I get hard punished. Off the back of my death, they secure the Baron, and now we are trying to stop their recalls and potentially get rid of some of these Baron buffs. Unfortunately, that wasn't a great idea. We end up dying one by one, and I'm forced to run behind the enemy lines and attempt to take the objectives. We're trying to change the game plan now. We're thinking our team fight doesn't look as good as it once was, and maybe split pushing is the option for us. We tried our best to chase down the enemy team, but they managed to escape and recall with the Baron buff. We take the Drake as a consolation prize, but we also secure our first inhibitor, confirming that the split push option is the way to go for our team. And now the game resets. All our team really needs to do is make sure we hold on to our towers, but for some reason the Rek'Sai felt pressured and he wanted to hard engage a 4v5 in the top lane instead of marking the Camille. I get what he's going for, but I can also see in the game, and I can see while reviewing this game, even if we hard commit into the enemy team, they simply have the ability to peel away, and during that time the Camille is going to run through the base. Best case scenario, we win a 4v5 and then we still lose the game. It was just not a great call. He forced me to rotate down there to deal with it, and while I was down there, they engaged and won the team fight. Not to mention, I can't even match the Camille 1v1. She was going to go through the base no matter what. We end up losing this game. We get demoted back to Diamond 3. But hey, that's no problem. You're almost 10 minutes into this video, and I'm assuming that you're enjoying it, so if you are, leave a comment and like the video. It really does help with the algorithm. This content, it takes a very long time to edit, so your support is always welcome. I've now done my civic duty as Tilterella and messed with the jungler, which means we can come back to the bot lane. Upon arrival, we are both level 1 and they're level 2, so the option of killing them, it's just not there. The best choice is to just pressure, and I do that by hovering. I hover around the back, and then eventually I see the jungler is attempting to take that red buff again. So I don't speak fluent Korean, but from what I understand, this Jin is very angry, and rightfully so. We did leave his lane in a very terrible state, and he ended up dying because of it, but sometimes you gotta make small sacrifices. I've got a game plan. My plan is to sack the bot lane and get our jungler very far ahead. We've already made some strides towards that in this early game, and the primary reason we are focusing on this is because it's very hard to recover the bot lane after what happened. We've set our Jhin back very far, and he's also very mad. The combination of those two things means that it's quite unlikely that we can turn it around. Making sure not to steal the kill from Lilia. Now she is on 4 kills in 6 minutes. Skipping ahead, we've gone to the bot lane and the enemy team is trying to stack me. What they don't realize is the fed Lilia is right behind the wall. Lilia picks up 1 more kill before dying, then Jhin gets a shutdown. This is a very big step in the right direction for him coming back into this game, so immediately we come back to the bot lane and take advantage of the fact that they have no vision. A new win condition has now opened up, and it includes this Jhin. The Lilia and the Jhin, they are going to carry this game for us. It does go to show you that just because I write you off in the early game doesn't mean I won't change my opinion later once you pick up some gold. At the end of the day, I'm just here to try and win. Once the ball started rolling for our team, there was no stopping it. The enemy team comp couldn't handle us running at them, and they very quickly folded. Every single team fight that we took, it went in our favor. Eventually, the enemy team aced, we took the Baron, and then they forfeited. We secure the second game of today. Now we're back in Diamond 2. In game number 3, we are in the bot lane up against a Thresh. This isn't exactly what we look for when we play Scion support. Thresh can be quite annoying for us. Anyway, I looked to get an engage onto this Thresh early, but didn't realize that Gragas pinged the Lee Sin's location, and he managed to come down and gank us. I gave 1 kill over to the enemy team, and my Ashe made it very clear to me that he wasn't happy about it multiple times, ignoring my engages and not helping up until this moment here when it was a guarantee kill. Presumably after I got those 2 kills in the bot lane, he started trusting me again. Little did he know that would be a very big mistake. Whoops. Well, at least the Tryndamere came bot lane to clean up the kills, so it doesn't end up being that bad. He picks up the first kill onto the Thresh, and he's about to pick up one on the enemy ADC until he decides that his flash no longer works. Questionable, but forgivable. After seeing this Yasuo teleport to the bot lane, I already knew that he was going to be one of our star players this game, so from here on out, I put a lot of focus into trying to help him get gold. We've just skipped about 5 minutes into the future. This is our first team fight. It starts off with Tryndamere getting caught and dying. Tryndamere dying before every single objective and teamfight becomes a very frequent trend in this game, and that's exactly why the Aurora, she is hyper fed, and we managed to get that shutdown onto the Yasuo. We're skipping our way through this game. Now 4 more minutes into the future. A lot of 1-3-1 is happening. It's not very successful, so we're trying to get this fight in the mid lane instead. The fight doesn't go in our direction, the Yasuo gets taken out, and our team wants to forfeit, but rather than forfeiting, I'd rather pull the wave. This denies them the ability to push into our base, but it does encourage the enemy team to rotate towards Baron. But this Baron play is what we want them to do. They're trapped in a corner, we have teleport, and we can potentially turn this game right here and now. Both teams played that as perfectly as they could have. All of us except for this Tryndamere, who for whatever reason refused to come to the Baron and just perma-split. You didn't get to really see it because I've skipped 10 minutes into the future, but the entire game, that's literally all he did. Split and feed. Split and feed. Eventually, we started trying to split ourselves, and that's how they got themselves in this situation. We were defending the base while Yasuo and the Gragas split push. They opened an inhib, but it wasn't enough. They got collapsed on, and eventually, the enemy team was able to kill them, and once they were dead, it was very easy for them to secure the Baron buff. We've dragged this game all the way to 37 minutes, and we managed to get an edge on the enemy team. We've got position on this objective, and to our complete surprise, Mr. Trendermere decides to come and help us for the first time ever, and he walks into the Ari and dies without using his ultimate. That's how the final team fight starts off. It starts off how it has the entire game, 4v5. And yes, I know that it sounds like I'm complaining a lot about the Trendermere, given the fact that I haven't really shown you all of his death. But once you see the scoreboard at the end, you'll kind of understand why it was a very frustrating game, and definitely the Trendermere's fault. Anyway, we did all try our best, and we held on for as long as we could. This ends up being a loss, and Trendermere ends the game with 19 deaths. Once again, we find ourselves back in Diamond 3. We've hit a bit of a wall. We're stuck around this zone here, and we need to get out of it as soon as possible. And to achieve that, we bring out the Brawl. So this tilted me quite a lot. The Kaiser took a bunch of free damage. I had to use my shield to block it. We've then got the Yumi Sivir combo that's going to heal up, and they're going to push us out of lane. So I felt pressured to go in. I ended up fucking up the combo and then deciding the best option now is to start roaming. Most of my efforts went towards helping the Lee Sin. There was a lot of squishy targets on the enemy team, including the Teemo top, Syndra mid. These are all champions that can be abused. And that factored into why I decided to stay roaming this whole game. We've now skipped to 20 minutes, a massive leap. The scoreline is dead even. All of a sudden, we go from an even game to completely acing the enemy team really over nothing, and this allowed us to open the bottom inhibitor and have a shot at securing this Baron. I'm not sure if any of you guys realized the movie magic that just happened earlier. We actually skipped 8 minutes into the future at that Baron pit. I'm trying my best to speed this game along. This video is already almost at 25 minutes. We end up opening all of the enemy team structures, but before we could end the game, they managed to get a pick onto Camille, which then opened them up to try and take this Baron in a 4v5. We started this one off by invading into the enemy red side. But the enemy team, they were being very resistant and we didn't have 5 members, so I started on our side of the map and then rotated over to the enemy Raptors. Once the Raptors are secured, we skip the red buff, but instead of running straight into the Krugs, we're watching our minions on the map, waiting for them to pass, because if you pass through right away, you're gonna get spotted by the minions, the enemy support's gonna rotate, and most importantly, you're not gonna get this opportunity. We've now 3-sided the enemy Darius, and we're looking to get a gank onto the enemy bot lane as they are very overextended. I know that Q looked terrible. The idea was to place it where the Jinx is gonna flash, and I assume that we'd have the pressure to force her to use it, but I guess that just wasn't the case. I end up sticking around and attempt to try and cheese him. Aphelios and I, we're out of sync in this situation. And it ends up backfiring dramatically. Things take a turn for the worst. Jinx picks up a double kill and the double buff. Here I am watching the bot lane, anticipating a juicy double kill, but they execute one by one. This is stuff that not many people do, especially not bot laners, and to see them both do it, it's kind of mind-blowing. My death here was unnecessary. I was definitely distracted by what was going on. Correct play was to cut across the mid lane and get the enemy raptors. Either way, a positive result is Annie has no flash, and I'm trying my best here to take advantage of that by executing. And at the time, I thought I was successful. Turns out the tower broke my shield in the split second required for her to deal the damage, and then she got level 6 and used that to kill our mid laner. The Riot Gods have forsaken us this match. Even though we trade 1 for 1, it's honestly not that great of a trade. It's much better for their team, so we can't even consider that one a win. We get very lucky though. The Belvar, he's picked up a couple of kills, and now he's winning the one-on-one against the Darius, which is exactly what we needed because every single play we make is not going our way. That, of course, is up until this moment. I'm just fucking with you. Of course they had this brush warded as well. Another big contributing factor to why it was so difficult, it's really the Zilean. Zilean's ability to speed everyone up and revive them, it makes it really difficult for Sion to start snowballing. That is difficult, but not impossible. Once we finally got that kill onto Jinx, the lane ended and things started going in our favor. It's much easier to time our ults in teamfights when Darius, he just runs in a single track because he has to get his stacks. At exactly 20 minutes, we forced this Baron and they didn't contest us. Up until this point, it was a dead even game, maybe even in their favor considering their team comp, but we got the Baron and we started to run away with the game. Even though I know this is a very bad game and it's not like the optimal one to showcase double jungle Sion by any means, it is still important for you to notice that even when I'm 0-6, I'm still playing the exact same way. I'm not afraid to go in. I'm not afraid to make a call. I'm still going to do the same shit as always. If anything, I'm going to take even riskier plays because I'm worth less gold. It's now 23 minutes. We've just opened both of the inhibitors, and before we can fully group, the enemy team engages in their final team fight and attempt to turn this game around. And that's all there was. Game number 2, I decided to play support Sion, mainly because things didn't go the way I wanted them last game. When I lose, I tend to swap either champion, playstyle. I never want to lose the same thing twice in a row because it's tilting to me. But if you haven't figured it out already by the music, this game followed a very similar trend to the last, where every little thing we're doing is getting punished. I push forward with my low health to try and abuse the fact that I'm going to be level 2 and stronger than they realize, but at the exact same moment, Nunu shows up. He skipped his buff. Thanks to a well-timed counter gank by Talia, we end up going 1 for 1, but more importantly, we got every single summoner spell from the enemy bot lane, and Talia is aware of this. She comes straight back, noticing that the wave is pushing. And now 6 minutes into the game, she has 3 kills and decides that that gold is not enough. Rather than letting me freeze this wave, she pushes the wave in, which I thought was slightly questionable because it ends up putting the enemy ADC further ahead. Now she gets to soak up this experience while our ADC missed multiple creeps. With that being said, I did find a way to take advantage of it. Finally, the first inkling of hope that we're not going to play like complete trash today happens. We pick up 3 kills and the fighting, it begins. Each jungler is doing their best to try and turn the lane in their bot lane's favor, because honestly, at this point, it could go either way. Two minutes later, and our bot lane is in complete control of the lane. We've taken multiple platings, and Nunu has stopped trying to gank us. At this point, it's pretty obvious which bot lane has won, and trying to gank us might do more damage than good. Surely I'm not the only person here who thinks it's absolutely crazy just how much action is going on the map. Bottom, top, mid. I mean, it's not even me forcing the action. It's just every single second, everyone is willing to ditch what they're doing to find the team fight. That's why these mid games, they don't start at 16, 17 minutes. On average, it's definitely around 12 to 13. That's about when they break out. And also, likely the reason why they forfeit a lot more often is because these team fights, they're starting sooner. By 14 minutes, game number 2 was looking locked up. That was up until this point when I engaged a fight. It went longer than I thought it would, and we overcommitted. This resulted in the enemy team picking up not 1, not 2, but 3 kills onto the Orianna. And when you're the team that's trying to quickly close this game out, the last thing you want to do is give all that gold to the mid laner, and only seconds later, a full-on team fight breaks out over the Rift Herald. Who could have thought? Funnily enough, giving the Orianna that triple kill is what won this team fight. They had so much gold that they had to go back to base to spend it, which meant they weren't there for the major team fight. And from there, shit just snowballed, and it snowballed very quickly. Right here, this describes why Korea is so fun to play. It's so good to learn there. It's because people just group to N. If this was on my server, NA, I'm sure they're not going to be grouping. There's always going to be some idiot in the top lane split pushing or someone trying to farm. You know how it goes. This is not that server. They are here to just end the game, which is exactly what our team did. We secured that Baron, head straight to the bot lane, and we can just walk through the base. We're that powerful. The game, it's over. We gained 20 LP, we've won 2 games in a row, and now we're up to Diamond 2, 54 LP. Straight into game number 3, we're playing Braum, and just like every other game you've watched so far in this series, the action, it starts immediately. At this point, I know there's zero chance Varus can kill me, which means the smartest thing to do isn't to kill him right away. I let him stay alive for as long as possible. This means that my Ashe is going to come back to lane before him, soak more experience, and this will make the lead that we have even greater than it already is. Pay close attention to my level. I'm about to get level 3, and that's why I'm pressuring this so hard. I got the shield. I can full all in whenever we level up. Even with the assistance from the enemy jungler, we still managed to kill 2 of the opponent, and I survive on the way out. I'm now very low HP, but rather than going back, I decide to freeze the minions in front of the tower. Having them in this location is crucial to zoning out the enemy team. I don't want the wave to bounce back, and you might think it's too risky because of my health, but you're not understanding how important levels are. Our bot lane had 6 kills in 4 minutes. We're absolutely dominating the enemy team, and I'm certain it's getting very frustrating for them, but we keep taking the positive dive. If we suicide here, he misses 3 waves, and there's nothing more important for the enemy Varus right now other than catching up in experience. It's all a cycle as well. Once you lock up the wave and have it bouncing back, you can keep doing the same thing over and over, well, until the enemy jungle shows up, which is what has happened. He's come to save them. I think that was an absolutely valiant effort to try stay alive under that tower. I gave the kill to the elites because I didn't want to reset the Varus's gold after all my effort of shutting him down, but I feel like that was a mistake because he quickly went to the top lane with that gold we had just given him, and he started punishing him over and over and over, even though we were crushing this bot lane because we didn't let the gold reset onto the Varus. We're farming Varus for no gold. He's not worth anything, whereas this elite, he's taken our gold and he's successfully using it in the top lane. He is shutting them down consistently. Gold distribution in a team, it is so important. That's why when I play double jungle Scion, I like to pick who gets it. But when we're stuck in the bot lane, the only one I can focus on giving it to really is my ADC. Not to say he's bad or anything, it's just we need more than one player to carry this game. These next few clips, they're not pivotal into the outcome of this game, but I really just wanted to show you that Ashe and I have played close to a very perfect game. We're going to skip through about 10 minutes of this game. There's no deaths by us. We're surviving every 4-man engage. We're doing everything we can. It's just not enough. It really goes to show you how much of a team game this is. You realistically need at least 2 carries, 2 people who aren't useless, and then yourself. So realistically, 3 people. Long before the enemy team secured this Baron, our team had mostly given up besides Ashe and me. I shouldn't have gone to face check it, although, I mean, not much we could have done. Elise had 14 kills by the end of it. They got the Baron and they promptly ended the game after. Honestly, just well done to the Elise. She took that 1 kill we gave her and she ran as far as she possibly could with it. I was definitely a little bit frustrated. I decided the only honorable player was the Ashe. I was spam clicking clicking that play button so quick, I didn't even see how much LP we had lost. We're now in game number 4, where we've decided to invade the enemy jungler, even though we don't have smite. If we can stop him from getting these raptors, we just need to go for the little ones. He won't get level 2, and then we can keep him off his main camp, giving our jungler enough time to get a lead and potentially win this game. So that's what we do. We're attempting to stop him from farming. Overall, I was fairly happy with the outcome. I know I didn't kill him, but we did stall him enough to be happy with the result. But when we came back to lane, Twitch had caught the Ezreal off guard, which forced my hand, so I had to flash in and attempt to trade back, but of course it doesn't go our way. Things didn't go too much better from here. He got caught off guard once again. I instinctively responded to try and save him, handing over another kill. Our Yi, who's done nothing but farm with the lead we gave him by slowing down the enemy jungler, shows up to the bot lane, so he is more powerful. He has the summoner spell advantage, but he screws it up. And from here, everything goes horribly wrong. Nothing went our way, not a single thing. It is torturous. Look, so we're gonna have some real talk here. I'm not trying to say that it was my team's fault. I think they played those situations very poorly, but it's obvious if I didn't do that invade, we wouldn't be in this situation. It's very likely things would have gone differently. Would we have won? Honestly, probably not. There were some issues in this team, but it wouldn't have been this bad. There's no doubt. At the end of the day, though, I played in the exact same lane as Ezreal, and I tried till the very end. He did not. He started inting. He stopped coming to lane. He started trying to steal our jungler's farm. We lost 21 LP, but we're in Korea, and Korea doesn't fuck around. He got banned, and we got 14 LP back before the game even started. And by the way, these games take 20 to 30 seconds to queue. Like, he got banned so fast, and the points, they come back instantly. I start this match off with the execute and I trade summoner spells. He does get the first blood, but in a situation where I've lost too much health, it is the best option to try and get their summoner spells. Overall, it ends up being a 1-for-1, plus we don't die to the enemy jungler, which means we've indirectly helped our jungler because he's been farming while Wukong failed this gank. Now 8 minutes into the game, my score it's 1-3, and I've made the conscious choice to not go to the bot lane. I don't think our ADC is bad, but what I think is that the Wukong and the Kaiser, they're a duo, and every time we make a play bot, Wukong is just there hovering, waiting for it to happen. So I start focusing on other parts of the map, and I see a weakness in the Xerath. I do highly recommend that you too become a very mobile player. If you're having issues in your lane, whether it be top, mid, whatever it is, if you're struggling, try do something different. Because if it's not working once, 2, 3 times, it's likely going to continue down that path. Go somewhere else, get a lead, and then push that lead and try figure out what to do. I don't know if you've been noticing, but we've skipped through this game very quickly. We're now at 22 minutes, which is practically late game. And what's happening is we beat the mid and we beat the top, and then their bot lane, they completely dominated us. So that's the gold distribution. We're trying our best now to stop them from getting on this Baron. Somehow, just between the two of us, mostly Poppy, we did manage to kick them off this Baron, which gave us enough time to scale back into this game and make it even. We're gonna skip 3 minutes into the future. This is the next major team fight. Unlike the last team fight, this one we engaged. So the Rel, she didn't get a 3-man knockup. That made it a lot easier for our Graves to lay down the damage. We ended up winning the team fight convincingly, which was enough to secure the Baron for free. And after this, we are looking to end this game. Evidently, we didn't look hard enough. We're jumping through it a lot, but this was a very back and forth game. It's so hard to predict who is going to win this. It does seem for most of it, the enemy team was in the lead, and they started to take our objectives, the inhibitors, the mid, the bot. They were starting to fall to the Camille splitting. The end of this game, it's very intense. I'm not going to cut it up. I'm just going to let it play out with the music, watch, enjoy, and I'll see you guys in the next episode. Of course, don't forget to leave a comment, like the video, helps out a lot. Shit takes ages to make. After 100 games in Korea, we finally met our first griefer. We had a bad laning phase and he just did not want to continue. He was taking every farm he could from the jungler over and over and over. And eventually we lost the game because he was refusing to play. Minus 21 LP, but immediately after the game ended, during the lobby, we were gifted 14 LP back because the Korean system punished him immediately, and we ended the video at 48 LP. I apologize for the gap between this series. I wanted to get it out all before the new season came, but then I got sick. You could probably still hear it in my voice. It lasted freaking forever. I know this content is pre the new season, so we're gonna chug it out very quickly over the next 4 or 5 days, get to the end of it, and then we'll move on to the new content. In game number 1, the bot lane starts off in our favor. We traded 2 for 1, which given the situation of us getting cheese as we entered that brush, we already lost most of our health, so trading with our passive was the way to go. Our ADC ends up being slightly greedy. He pushes an extra wave that he didn't need to, and that allows me to come back to lane, and this fight occurs. The lane, it's now been equalized. Both ADCs are probably about even. We end up spotting the Leona. She's roamed for the void while this happened, which means that we can tower dive the Ashe at any given moment. I ended up getting back to lane significantly before our ADC and attempted to sneak behind the enemy team to try and cheese, but for whatever reason, they came to drop the red ward. I can only assume they were rotating towards the Drake. This spotted me out, and I was requesting to be pulled away with the Kalista ult, but he chose not to use it. Maybe he is just more experienced and it's probably a waste. Maybe it's better to let me die, or more likely he just was not paying attention. I don't know. Either way, it ended up working out because when we came back to lane, he had his ultimate and we used it to turn this fight. It's now 11 minutes into this game. We're attempting to do a 3v1 dive onto the enemy ADC, but the Galio catches us off guard and uses his taunt to get aggro from our ADC, which means that we're not tanking the tower. Everything goes to shits from there. It's a 2-for-1 trade. Galio sticks around, and rather than letting this farm die to the tower, I decide to stay and soak it up. It's also a really good opportunity for me to potentially bait in the Galio. He does end up going for it, and he does end up getting punished. Kalista picks up this gold, and this secures us the lane. We now rotate mid to try and figure out where our team is at, but before we can even get there, the Rek'Sai is being caught. We get caught trying to save him, and then our ADC, the one with all the gold, walks out and he also gets caught. This isn't good. We've got every lane losing. The bot lane was our only hope. You look top lane, Cassiopeia has already opened the inhibitor tower. She is mega fed. It takes 3 of us to even consider taking her down. This is very much not an ideal situation. No matter what play we make, we're losing stuff around the map, but the best choice is to keep forcing onto the Cass, because if we just leave her, she's gonna take everything. The Yone, he's too far behind, he can't match her. Eventually, after we secured a kill onto the Cass, the enemy team made a mistake. We rotated mid and they allowed us to engage onto them, not noticing that their main star, the Cassiopeia, she's dead. That's most of their damage, whereas most of our damage is on this Kalista. We keep the fight going, juggling the aggro extremely well, and manage to secure an ace, which leads into the Baron. In an ideal world, you would get the Baron here and reset, but I can see why the team kept chasing. It got us into a little bit of hot water. We weren't in the fight, so I'm not too keen on this happening. I'm rushing back as quick as possible and just praying that it goes in our favor. Even though our team secured that Baron, we didn't really get to do anything with it on the map. The enemy team was still significantly stronger than us, and we also have an issue that I haven't shown you in this game. That's why I engaged this fight. I waited till the Yone spawned and tried to get onto this Cassiopeia, praying that I can force him to group. was looking promising, but then Cass got a really nice ult and a ground onto our main damage source. They end up sieging our inhib, so as soon as I respawn, I ult straight in, trying to divide the enemy team. I'm aiming here to sit next to Cassiopeia. After she just demolished our ADC, it became quite apparent to me what the win condition is of the enemy team. Just keep the Cass away from Callista and we should be good to go. The plan was a success. Our team ends up getting an ace and we head straight over to the Baron and secured that. On our way back, the enemy team shows up. They don't want us to recall. One minute later, we've dealt with the super waves and we head into the dragon pit, attempting to stop the enemy team from getting the infernal soul. The fight didn't go in our favor. This one was meant to go our way. There are numerous things that went wrong. Our Rek'Sai didn't use his ult before he died. Callista didn't use her ult. I also got chipped by the Cassiopeia ult, literally by a single frame. It was a very, very unfortunate team fight. The enemy team picked up the Soul Drake, and while we were trying to reset, Yone got caught attempting to trade with the enemy team. I'm not too sure what he was doing. It was, however, a common occurrence this game, which is what I was trying to mention earlier. He was just getting caught a lot. This forced a full-on team fight, and Rek'Sai wasn't in position for it at all, and I don't blame him because this shouldn't have been a team fight to begin with. It does show how close it would have been if this was a 5v5. Either way, we lose game 1 and 21 LP. As welcome back, and thanks to those of you who sat through the sponsor, and for those of you naughty viewers who skipped, you probably noticed that this video is very, very long. We need to stuff as many games as possible if we want to get through all of them in the designated amount of time. AKA, we gotta do a Bonnie Blue. So we're playing 5 games per video throughout this week. It is going to be a lot. This Braum lane starts off the same as all the others. We go very aggressive in these early levels, engage what our ADC does. He ends up not responding quite well, so I start pulling back and vicariously living through the top lane. Now that top lane is in such a commanding position, the idea of sitting back and doing nothing is much more appealing. Another great reason to do it is because it allows your jungler to come and gank the enemy bot lane, which in this case paid off big time. After the kill, Ashe went back, but I didn't want to allow the Kog'Maw to come into lane and push it and get a free wave. So I stuck around and waited for the Skarner to finish his camp, and would then use the last minion as a stepping stone to get a proc onto the Kog'Maw. That choice I made to stay back not only got the Ashe a massive wave, but she ends up securing 2 kills as well. The enemy support Lulu has now roamed to help his jungler with the voids, which means another tower dive is coming, and there's a huge stacked wave, so Kog'Maw is going to lose a lot of gold here. Lulu and Kog'Maw are both desynced. They come in one at a time, so I'm trying my best to abuse that as much as possible. Sadly, this time, the wave is taking far too long to crash, so we're in a very awkward position now because the enemy jungler has come to gank us. You really can only feel bad for the Graves. He comes bot to help them and gets killed once again. This means he can't help top and he can't help the bot lane. They're in a very tough situation. The ganks in the bot lane continue because of the way the waves work. One side pushes into the next and Skarner can just jump through the walls. We are just cleaning up the enemy bot lane over and over. Throughout this entire game, this is the only play we made that didn't go in our favor. They chucked 4 people into the bot lane, trying to shut us down. They only managed to kill me, the support. Ashe runs away, hides in the brush, and still manages to pick up a kill onto the Lulu by cheesing her. Stuff you just do not see every day. It's pretty amazing. We've now time jumped into the future. We're at 24 minutes. Our team is in a commanding position. Graves ends up getting caught while trying to check if we're on the Baron. You have to keep in mind we have complete control of this area. Enemy team's now in a 4v5 and they put in their final ditch effort to stop our team. It, of course, wasn't enough. The scoreline is 41 kills for our team, 11 for the enemy. We just got the Baron, waltzed through the base, and locked up our first win of the day. This game nets us 19 LP. We're now only a couple games away from Diamond 1 in Korea. In game number 3, we are playing Scion support. I picked this because the enemy has a Xin Zhao jungle, and this runs extremely well into it. Our lane starts off with a very early gank from the Elise. It's perfectly executed, and we pick up the first blood. But before we get to go and spend that gold, enemy Xin Zhao shows up looking to get revenge. Overall, the trade ends up going 2 for 2, which is pretty good considering it was a 2v3. We've now come back to lane. The wave is slow pushing in the enemy's direction. The Xin Zhao wants to take advantage of this. He's come back straight away to gank us once again. This time, the enemy team wasn't so lucky. They only picked up 1 kill onto me, and we picked up 2. Fast forwarding 2 minutes into the future, the wave's crashing, we're low HP, Xin Zhao, he's here again. This is the 3rd gank, but unlike the other 2, they managed to successfully juggle the aggro, and we both die completely for free, setting our bot lane back. The good news is that our team, they're paying attention. Both Silas and the Elise are waiting in the brush, waiting to punish the enemy bot lane, who up to this point has just had gank after gank after gank. Even though it's not our lane picking up the gold from the kill, it is putting the enemy bot lane behind, which directly puts us ahead. By 10 minutes into this game, I'm fairly certain this Varus had given up. It does seem a little bit greedy for him to go for that plating. I highly doubt he was doing it in his right mind. He ends up dying again, and this is the end of the laning phase. We get the tower, and we move over to the mid lane. We're now 14 minutes and 20 seconds into this video. Seems like a very great time to remind you to leave a comment, like the video. If you've made it this far into it, I'm assuming you're enjoying it. Doing those few simple steps tells the algorithm that you want to see more. We're going to be zooming through this game. It was mostly just us securing objective after objective. Our team had a very significant lead, and the enemy team were not able to claw it back. We took all the mid towers, all the bot towers, opened up that inhibitor, and now we're on our way to end this game through the mid lane. It's fairly evident that the bot lane had given up. The scoreline is just way in our favor once again. Back-to-back games completely crushing the enemy. And yeah, we get our 2nd win of the day. We get 19 LP. Now we're up to 65 LP. Diamond 2, 2 games away from Diamond 1. I didn't know this at the time, but once I loaded in, I was able to look up the stats of the Kindred. He is a Smurf. He Smurfs playing ADC Kindred, which is the first time I've ever versed this. And his win rate is very impressive. Plus, he does it without a duo. Unlike the previous game, we got fairly lucky. We managed to stack the brush before the enemy team. It was kind of obvious that they would try to cheese us given the fact that they had a Camille support. We end up getting a first blood and the lane plays out as you would expect it would. Camille uses her E to jump straight onto us and this pushes our ADC out of the lane. He actually ended up recalling and missed a lot of farm. That's why I froze the wave here to try and catch him back up. Kindred wasn't the biggest fan of it. He then rotated to go and get his mark, which gave us the opportunity to push the wave and try and cut them off. That plan was a fail because the enemy jungler was there to help them. They push us out and it looks like we're going to reset. My health is low and there's no minions there, which means if we sneak into the brush, there's a good chance we can cheese the enemy. This time, the strategy, I mean, it did work, but I guess I just underestimated how much damage both the Kindred and the Camille had. They ended up getting a kill onto me, and we pushed the wave in. Rather than recalling, Jinx decided to trade back. We didn't really get to see what happened, but she gets one kill before getting picked off by the enemy Kindred. I cut that up to try and save time on this video, but we wasted over a minute of Kindred's time just by stopping her back. This gives the Jinx time he needs to catch back up in experience and gold to neutralize the lane because we had it frozen. It was a very important moment. It's a really good example of how to turn a lane when things go wrong. Our plays, they all failed, yet somehow we're still ahead, and it wasn't through jungle assistance. There's not just one way to get back into a game. You can use strategies like that to get an edge. We're now 9 minutes into this game. Our lane, it has a significant edge, not only in levels, but we've also got the gold we need to beat the enemy in a 2v2. Unfortunately, we had no wards, which means the Elise walked through and punished us. What I noticed around Diamond 2 and Diamond 1 in Korea is that they get significantly better at realizing which champion could potentially win for the enemy team. So for example, every time we get gold, you're gonna notice the enemy jungler comes to shut us down. Every time the enemy gets gold, our jungler comes to fix the lane. You wouldn't think it's a big deal, but I mean, it takes a lot of experience and game knowledge to understand how to do that, when to do that. Up until this point, the Jinx, our ADC, was playing about average. I didn't think much of him, but after we got this kill, Jinx turned into an absolute monster. Game number 4 concludes with us winning 20 more LP. We're now on a roll. Things seem to be getting a little bit easier. In game number 5, we helped our jungler invade the red side, place some wards, and as we were heading back, the enemy Xin Zhao contested him. So I made the call, instead of going back to the bot lane, I would come and help him secure the red side. rather than heading back to lane right now, which I could have, I decide to check to make sure no cheese is happening. The bot lane falls behind, I can fix that. However, if our jungler falls behind, that's something that's a lot more difficult to fix. On my way back down to the bot lane, I noticed that the mid laner got ganked, so I tried to help him push the wave in. He's too low HP to sit here. He's gonna die when Fizz gets level 3, or more likely, the Xin Zhao is gonna circle back around and gank him again because he has nothing to farm. He can't go to his red side, it's been taken. Kassadin sees this as me griefing rather than helping, so he sticks around, but I have no choice but to stay and help. I don't really care what he says. I'm here to win, and this is what we need to do to win it. This wave, it needs to be pushed in, and then he needs to go back. Kassadin, being a big-ass baby, made the conscious choice to stay in the lane. He had a free back. He actually had 2 free backs. The first time I helped him push in the wave, if he had helped me push in that cannon minion, the wave would have hit the tower rather than getting stopped by the next wave, but he decided to type and complain instead of helping, and ultimately that got him killed, which he rightfully deserved. In the end, everything worked out well for our team. We ended up with more gold from the kills, plus our ADC got a double buff, so all that struggling he did, it ended up paying off, and we used that double buff as soon as I got back to lane to get 2 more kills. By the way, I got to lane at 5 minutes. That's how much walking around the map I was doing. 30 seconds later, I'm sitting here watching the Cass die. This is his 3rd death already, and it's not like he didn't see it coming. He's pinging the fact that Fizz is 6, which means he's being disrespectful. He should have just waited back and soaked experience until he had his escape. It's just pure greedy gameplay. Just like this, I saw the enemy died on the other side of the map, the jungler, so I attempted to steal the scuttle, and while I was doing that, the enemy bot lane, they hard punished our Kaiser, which was a big mistake by me because he had a significant lead, and I just let them shut that down. Even though we traded 1 back, still a very big mistake by us. And to top things off, it wasn't the last one we made. Rather than just taking this dragon and going back to lane, I decided to try and contest the Poppy. Not the brightest move that I've ever done. It ends up resulting in me getting punished. I die once again. Honestly, both this Poppy and the enemy Viego, they're both significantly outperforming us in this early game. My excuse is the fact that I was helping him and didn't go to lane. I don't know what his is. Either way, Xin Zhao continues to outplay us. He preemptively starts charging his Q knockup on the red ward, which I didn't notice he was doing, which instant knocks me up and gets me killed. Very smart gameplay by him. My death leads into a easy dive for the enemy team, so once again I've murdered my ADC. The plus side is that our whole team responded to this dive. Kassadin rotates down and starts cleaning up kills. This is exactly what we need for our late game win condition, so I'm here thinking that my death was the ultimate bait of all time and patting myself on the back. Sometimes it's a good thing to be able to see the positives. That's how you keep your mental strong and keep playing without tilting yourself. It was exactly at this moment, 12 minutes into the game, when we killed that Poppy there, we finally retook control. The whole time, Poppy had tempo because of that level 1. Now, we are the ones in charge, and we can start dictating the way this game goes. By 19 minutes, it was pretty clear which team was starting to dominate, considering we have multiple scaling aspects in our team, plus we have good engage, and we have a lead already. Things are getting out of hand for the enemy team, and they're really looking for a miracle at this point. The miracle being Smolder, but that miracle seems quite unlikely considering we rotated straight to the Baron after the near ace and they didn't contest at all. So we now have the Baron. It's 22 minutes. Cass is an absolute monster, and we're trying to push to end this game before Smolder becomes relevant at all. Enemy team ends up killing both the Cassidy and myself, which you would think would slow us down, but realistically they sent so many people to the bot lane that we were able to open the top side of the map, and then we now enter the final team fight of this game. That is game number 5 complete, 4 wins in a row. I hope you enjoyed today's episode. The next one, it's going to be live within 24 hours. We're up to Diamond 1 in Korea. Welcome back, everybody. This is game number 1. We are playing double jungle Scion. I saw a comment in the last video. It was talking about how we were not climbing with double jungle anymore. That is far from the truth. You need to understand you're watching every single game I've played, and it's not always the optimal pick. We were here in Korea not only to play double jungle, but also to try and climb as high as we could given the small time frame that we had. You can take that any way you want, but the fact is that we are in Diamond 1 Korea right now, and I'm telling you, double jungle Scion is the optimal pick in this game. With that out of the way, let's focus in on game number 1. I've contested the Lee Sin and stolen some of the smaller raptors. This denies Lee Sin his level 2, and he's used his smite on that camp, which means I can stick around and attempt to mess with him on this red. Whether or not I kill him, I don't really care. My goal is simply to stop him from getting the camp. I only just realized this. Lee Sin at level 1 went to the side of the Raptors wall to soak the experience from the minions in order to get level 2. I have literally never seen anyone do that before. It just goes to show you how smart some of these players are. We're in a situation now where we are so far ahead in this trade. It's going perfectly, and Corki has shown up to help us get the kills, but then he decides to just face tank it all, jumps in the middle of 3 players, gets killed, and I also get punished for it as well. I guess they're not all super smart. We're currently in the process of trying to find the Lee Sin, but Karma's doing a pretty decent job at stopping us from invading. I definitely overstepped my bounds here. I should have started pathing out with the Corki, but instead I went forward for the kill. Big mistake. I do lower the Lee Sin as much as possible before I die, and then he ends up chasing the Corki to the top side. This is stalling everyone's experience. I know this looks absolutely terrible, but that's not entirely the case. Lee Sin isn't farming. He's got 1 camp, just 1. The whole time, Echo has been free farming level 4 versus level 2 Lee Sin. Okay, so if you didn't believe me about this still working even though it looks terrible, look at the Karma's level. She's level 1. She hasn't gone to lane yet, and we're level 3. Echo and I took the entire blue side. Lee Sin still only has 2 camps to his name. If I had just walked out of here right now, I would have been flying high in terms of where I'm at in this game, but we do end up handing another kill over, so this changes things. That last death I considered a critical failure. Comparatively to the Karma, I'm not actually behind, but it does make the most sense for me to swap to the support item and go to the bot lane because we have an experience lead, and if we go to the bot lane, Karma has to follow. This traps her there and secures our lead. Sadly, the Draven was killed before we got to arrive, but there is opportunity once he dies. Honestly, thank God we got that kill. Our team has 8 deaths already. We definitely needed it. Plus, it allows us to freeze this wave. Look at the Karma's level 2. I'm level 4. And given what I can see on the screen, it looks like we have a big lead, so I'm pushing forward to get this fight. That ends up being a pretty solid mistake. The positive is that Draven, he used his ultimate to clean up that level 2 Karma, so he's got his first kill. And boy, oh boy, do you not want to give gold to the Draven, who has a level advantage against the Karma, who is under level. Draven picks up 2 more kills. Honestly, it should have been 2 kills and an assist. If I had path to the left, just accepting the fact the tower would kill me, I would have been able to kill him with the passive. Definitely not our cleanest game ever, but that's about to turn around right now. We've snuck into this brush. Jinx wants to push the wave in again. She has no summoner spells, and in comes Draven. At one point in this game, the scoreline was 8 kills for the enemy and only 1 for our team. Now we've equalized it 17-17, and things are going in our favor, not the enemy's. 18 minutes into this game, and our team for the first time has the kill lead. The enemy team was being held up by this Akali during the early laning phase. She would always rotate and punish me every time I tried to do something. You're going to notice a lot now that she's getting picked off first, and once she dies, our team has free roam over anything we want to do to the enemy team. With Akali being down and she's their biggest threat, we also pick up the Smolder. There's nothing stopping us from going to this Baron. That's what our team does, but rather than going and helping them, I stay back and guard the wave. That way we can immediately empower the minions and walk through the base rather than having to wait for the next one. Overall, this game was slightly complicated. There were a couple of moments in that early game by the Corki and myself that made it a lot harder than it needed to be. Thankfully, the Draven was competent and he helped us push this lead all the way to the end. That's game number 1 complete. Starting off today, very strong. Into game number 2, I queued up for double jungle once again. Hey, it worked last time. I don't see why it won't this time. Our team invaded the enemy red side, and we see Karma pathing over, which tells us that's where Sejuani's starting because she's going to defend it. The enemy team successfully pushes our jungler out, which is a very bad sign. That means he's going to be behind instead of the enemy jungler. We're in this very awkward position now where we're trying to avoid being revealed. I want them to think that they won and got away with defending their jungle. That way I can take as many camps as possible before the enemy team realizes what has happened. Because in their brain right now, they think, yes, we defended the red side. There's nothing they can do. They have to share their side of the map. But that is definitely not true. We take this full blue side and we wait for the Sejuani to show up. It's always the same reaction from these junglers. Once they see their camps have been taken, they rush towards a rift scuttle, and because it's predictable, I lower their health, allows us to take that scuttle for free, and now we fast forward into the future. We're still taking Sejuani's camps, but I find myself in a little bit of trouble. Let's just say the greed got the better of me. Hey, don't act like you haven't done that before, okay? Very shortly after that mistake, Sejuani is trying to make a play in the mid lane, but we managed to turn it. This is big for getting our tempo back, and it allows me to start invading the enemy jungle once again. I was very relieved to see this Karma die. She is getting on my nerves at this point. She keeps meeting me at every single camp, but in the end, we still got the gold. I always feel bad when I look to the bot lane and see my ADC getting 2v1 and I'm not even within range to help them. But I did the only honorable thing that I could do. I showed up to the bot lane and stole the kill from the Akshan. For the next couple of minutes, it was very objective focus. Our team secured the Voidlings while the enemy, they went for the Drakes. They also closed out the bot lane, and now we enter the very first team fight of this game. Evidently, our contribution to this fight was almost zero, yet we still won. This Akshan is doing complete work. I did end up flanking around and managed to pick up a kill onto the Jhin who had overstayed his welcome. This also allowed us to clean up the tower, which it's a tier 2, so that's worth a lot of gold. That team fight that you just witnessed was a critical point in this game. The reason Sejuani was forcing that team fight is because they really needed the Drake. They have 2 of them, and it is basically their only win condition. Things are looking very grim for the enemy team, so I set up a control ward knowing that we'll be entering that pit as soon as we get a pick, which fortunately didn't take long. This Karma is out of position. We rotate to the Baron and manage to kill it without anybody contesting us. And then as we are going towards the Drake, we notice under the tower a friendly face. Well, not technically friendly, but she sold her items and she's griefing. The enemy team, they surrender. The game, it's over. With game 2 coming to a close, we gained 21 LP. Now we're sitting on 46. Overall, I felt like I was making too many mistakes on Sion, so I decided for the 3rd game that I would swap and play Braum. A very nice safe pick. The truth is, I was on a very limited amount of time left. I had within 30 hours before my flight took off, so I figured the easiest and best choice I had would be to lock up Masters as soon as possible so I can pack up my equipment and leave without the stress of rushing. Isn't it just so funny how I literally just walk up to them as Braum and auto-attack them and they have absolutely no fucking clue what to do? They're like, what is this guy doing? But it's actually all about timing. You need the perfect timing to walk forward. They need to be in a very awkward position, just like we are right now, because the enemy jungler came straight to the bot lane to gank us. There goes our lead. At least only one of us died, which is a silver lining factor. I stuck around because they thought I would be going back here. It's important that I try and get as much experience as possible. Backing there, yeah, it's safe, but losing that experience could be the difference between winning this game and losing it. Sometimes, if the support gets high levels, you can easily 1v2, drag your ADC back into the game. That's what I'm trying to do here. I'm almost level 4. Overall, we made sure to waste 0 experience. We've just done a massive jump 4 minutes into future. Literally nothing happened, I promise. Both lanes just farmed for 4 minutes. We're watching top as we walk back to lane because it is a critical moment moment in this game. The enemy Viego manages to pick up 2 kills onto top and jungle, and this plays a big role in the future. We've now skipped even further with 15 minutes into this game, and it is the lowest kill count game we've seen this entire trip. I have 1 assist at 15 minutes. Like, I don't know what's going on. Now that we've won the team fight, we feel comfortable contesting this Drake. The enemy team so far has all of them, so if we can deny this, it's likely that they're going to have a very hard time winning later in the game, especially with this Teemo. During this patch, it was very, very strong. All he has to do is AFK farm and chuck the shrooms around the objectives, and Viego's going to have a hard time coming in. We're now skipping into the future. This is the most critical team fight of the game. It's where everything went wrong for the enemy team because they surrendered. I noticed around like Diamond 1 Plus, people give up so quick and they grief very frequently. I mean, it's feeling more and more like OCE every game we play. It's kind of sad. Either way, we gained 20 LP and we jumped straight into game number 4 where I played Braum again. I figured maybe it would be as easy as the last one. It starts off with us being cheesed, not once, but twice within 1 minute. I don't know what the fuck we were doing, but I flashed forward with full aggression. And let me tell you what, straight off the bat, I am in love with this Jhin. That flash forward is so aggressive yet so critical. He completely matched my aggression. So I already know going forward in this match, I can rely on the Jhin being a competent player. Despite this, there wasn't too much we could do. We were getting camped in the bot lane. A lot of attention was coming towards us, which didn't scare me that much. Knowing the ADC is good means eventually we're going to come back anyway. Someone's going to make a mistake and we're going to capitalize on it. It's just a waiting game. It's about being patient, not getting tilted, and making the best of what you have. Whilst there was a lot of action happening in the bot lane, something that was occurring on the map, because all that attention was down here, our Corki was just running over his opponent. This guy was getting kill after kill and becoming a real threat without anyone even noticing. From what I can see, both of these ADCs are playing to a very high standard. They're both really good, but there's a big gap in the enemy mid lane. Our Corki is running amok on the enemy Jace, and we're pushing on that weakness over and over in order to try and claw a lead over the enemy team. We're about to fast forward 12 minutes into the future. All I want you to focus on is the towers. Even though the scoreline stayed somewhat similar, our team managed to take a significant amount of the enemy team's towers, which in turn gave us a lot of gold that we're using in this team fight right now. Even though we get taken out, they've used a lot of summoner spells to achieve that. And then I witnessed one of the smartest plays I've seen so far. Watch this Teemo hiding behind the enemy team. He waits for the perfect moment. They overcommit on the Jhin, and then he pushes forward on the flank, and instead of hard engaging, he just starts throwing down shrooms and stalling them out long enough for Corki to teleport in. Now the enemy team is in an awkward spot. They're getting collapsed on, outnumbered, and eventually get picked off, leading into us taking the Baron and pushing down the mid lane. We've got this amazing combo where the Jhin can just preemptively open fire, and his ultimate is strong enough to kill the enemy team. They're forced to run away, and we can isolate this Aatrox and pick him off. Once Aatrox is down, that's their second strongest member, we can walk through their base, systematically taking out every single objective until we make our way to the Nexus. That's another game in the banks. We're on a massive win spree. We've been playing for a very long time now, 11 hours, but we're only one game away from reaching Masters, so we're not stopping now. This is it. Let's close out Korea with a 10 win spree into Masters. Let's go. The trade we took here was extremely good until I missed that Q. It was critical. As soon as it misses, Rel gets the permission to just all-in engage, and there's nothing I can do about it. I should have just flashed forward and auto-attacked him to burn his flash, but instead, I took the skill shot, missed it, and we got punished. Our ADC dies, we lose tempo, and I do manage to escape, but it costs me my summoner spells. Rather than going back to base to heal, I once again stick around and soak the experience from the minions, and then I can set the wave up in a manner that allows our ADC to start farming and potentially come back. You see me do this all the time. It's because it's very effective. A couple minutes later, the Rel manages to get a clean engage onto both Varus and myself. Neither of us have flash. We just used it to escape a gank earlier, so we end up dying and handing 2 kills over to the enemy bot lane. The score is looking pretty grim. Most of our lanes, including the jungles, are losing. The only lane that was doing somewhat decent is our Zoe. That's why the enemy jungler and support tried to shut her down, but we are there to counter it. Another exchange happens in the bot lane. I end up dying to the Lee Sin kick, but Varus picks up the kill, which is critical to coming back. He's also very clearly a decent player. Sadly, we were just unable to save the Varus. I can tell that he's quite a good player, so if we had that gold on the Varus, it would have made a big difference. We fast forward into the future here because it's kind of irrelevant showing the game. I don't know if you noticed this, but the Udi was getting absolutely smacked this whole game. He's come to the bot lane and is refusing to help. I don't speak Korean, but I can only imagine what he's saying. For the rest of this game, Mr. Udia refused to help our team. Even though the scoreline was looking somewhat grim, we had a decent comp to deal with the enemy. We had decent players. There was no reason we couldn't come back, which we actually did. Even 4v5, we pulled the scoreline within striking range of taking the lead. Udia still refused to help us. He kept splitting, he kept AFKing, he did typical Moni solo queue rubbish. He couldn't put his ego aside, which means we couldn't win ELO. Of course, of all games this to happen on, it is right now when we are just one game away from getting Master, when we only have just over 24 hours before our flight takes off. I'm now in a position where I'm stressing, but I've been up for too long that I can't keep playing, so this was the final game of the the night. We finished today at 66 LP Diamond 1. Last episode, we were just one game away from Masters with only 24 hours left until we have to vacate the Airbnb and travel back home. We've been playing for over 12 hours at this point, hoping to just secure the Masters and wrap up the series so I could have an extra day to relax and enjoy Korea, but we ended up losing the game due to this Udia who just straight up stopped playing. He griefed us, and that's exactly where we start off in today's video, right after we got griefed. With 13 hours in, we're currently at Diamond 1, 66 LP, and I figured instead of playing Braum again and allowing our team to dictate what happens and when, we take charge by playing the double jungle. Anyway, straight into it, we've just invaded. The Elise made the call to start on the enemy Raptors, which in turn results in me crossing over to our Raptors. For whatever reason, the Elise decided to leave the enemy red side and head over to start on her blue buff. She then gets upset at us that we're starting on the Raptor camp, even though there was literally no time for us to swap to any other camp. Obviously, I would have started on the enemy side if she had not pinged that she wanted to start there. In the grand scheme of things, Elise's choice ended up costing both her and myself one camp each, which definitely sets us back. And even worse than that, she ends up getting tilted purely from a choice that she made herself. Despite this, both junglers on our side are ahead of the Shaco. We outnumber him in camps, and I decide to go for a top dive. Even though we do end up getting a kill in the top lane, it ends up being a net negative. Not only did Jinx die under the tower, Rakan had also previously gotten a kill onto our Sylas when we traded in the top lane, so it was a 2-for-1 in the enemy's favor. So far, our top lane is mega ahead. He's gotten 2 successful ganks, our mid lane's behind, and so is our ADC. We go to the mid lane, trying to turn the odds, and we do get a successful kill onto the enemy Akali. This puts Sylas on even ground, so now top and mid are both ahead. Once again, Elise has made a mistake. She's gone to try and gank the losing lane. Now, Shaco gets an extra kill, and he's starting to snowball. Knowing that Shaco was last seen on the bottom of the map, I go to the Void Links to secure our first objective. To my surprise, our team doesn't collapse on the Shaco, so I attempt to try and fling the last remaining Void Grub over to the Elise. It was a bit of a Hail Mary, if I'm being honest with you. I end up handing over a kill to the Shaco myself. I still think it would have been much better if Elise came, secured a kill on Shaco and the objective. Fortunately, once we respawned, we picked up that Drake. While this is happening, the top lane is getting clobbered by the fed Shaco, so our lead there, it's gone, which means we need to find someone else to carry this game, and I'm thinking ultimate plus Jinx equals a kill. Turns out I was incorrect. The Aphelios, he can 1v2 us. We do, however, have all of Aphelios' summoner spells down. We don't really want to rely on the top lane or the Sylas, so the only real potential to carry this game is this Jinx, so repeat ganking this lane makes the most sense. This time, our gank pays off. The gold, it gets onto the Jinx, and now we're looking to push forward to collect some tower platings. We do, however, know the Shaco's coming, so I place a control ward, hoping to bait him in. Annoyingly, the Shaco showed up a bit quicker than we were expecting. He catches us off guard, and that's enough to kill the Jinx. I flee towards the blue, waiting for Shaco to try and pick it up. He is spotted, and I'm searching for him. While I'm sitting here waiting, I notice our team chat, it's starting to pop off. I don't know what the hell they're talking about, but anyone typing this much means they're not farming, and things aren't looking good. We get the shutdown on Shaco, then rotate into the objective. Now we're on a roll. Evidently, I wasn't too thrilled with them surrendering because I think we had a lot of fight left in us. That's 2 losses in a row where we could have potentially won, but our team just gives up. It's very frustrating, and I did the cardinal sin of queuing straight back up after a loss. We've been playing over 12 hours now, plus I'm definitely a bit tilted from the last 2 games. I shouldn't have queued up, but in my mind, I was still playing somewhat decent. The last 2 losses, not necessarily my fault. So this was my original plan. I was going to go under the tower, killing myself, which would then give the gold over to Rel rather than Skarner. But given the fact that our jungler kept coming forward, clearly indicating that he's going to flash onto the Rel, I stick around trying to help. Instead, we both hand over gold, and I noticed when I checked the stats, he didn't even have flash, which means he's clearly just a bad jungler. And if you don't really understand how that makes him bad, it means that he had no kill potential, only risking his death instead of catching up and farming, which everything just tells me he doesn't know what he's doing. It does take the perfect storm for me to actually tilt, and this game got me very, very close. The combination of what was happening, plus the fact that I don't even have the right runes, and the other 2 games that have happened prior to this, and a time crunch, yeah, all these things combining together are getting to me, which is a rare sight. But yeah, I guess we all do make mistakes, and in this one, the biggest mistake really was queuing back up after those 2 losses. I should have just gone to sleep. The warning pops up that we've been playing for far too long. At this point, we're 13 minutes into the game. I haven't seen a single player on this team that could potentially carry this. Not only that, but you've got the top lane begging for a 15 forfeit. Same with the jungle. I mean, kind of hopeless. I know I rarely forfeit on this channel, but this seemed like a game that was worthy of that yes vote. The scoreline's 23-6, and we've participated in 4 of those kills, which means, yeah, not much chance that we were coming back from this one. Honestly, just happy to get out. Even more so, glad we got to get some sleep. Bright and early the next day, we pick Scion support to complement the Caitlyn ADC pick. It's a very strong combo. Immediately, the enemy Singe is caught invading our jungle. He ends up burning both of his summoner spells and runs away. Our team leaves him, but I continue to chase as I have a hunch that most players are quite lazy. My hunch paid off. We get first blood, but it doesn't help that much because there was no time to spend it. So we've just come to lane with the 400 gold. And we also don't have any summoner spells. The enemy bot laners, they know this. They push forward and take full advantage of that. Even though we die, I still think it benefited our team more, at least in the short term, that is. Now that I've gone to base, I can spend the first blood gold and come to lane with a significant advantage, whereas the assist that the Thresh got, it's not going to buy him anything, which makes this Cassante invade very smart because we have the edge in the bot lane. The lane, it resets, and we are definitely in the driving seat now. Enemy bot lane has no more summoner spells. We are Scion support with a long-range poke Caitlyn. It's our time to start abusing them as much as possible. 3 minutes later, nothing has happened in our lane, but there's a fight breaking out in the river, and we still have lane priority. Caitlyn and I use this priority to hide in the brush and engage onto the Thresh once they try to help. I'm not sure what happened from this point on, but the Thresh's gameplay got very sloppy, and we took advantage of it every single chance we got, getting multiple kills onto our Caitlyn and the LeBlanc. Very soon, both of them were incredibly fed. There was also a glaring issue with the enemy's team comp. It sucked. Tryndamere mid wasn't playing out. He had to start split pushing, and we were also taking advantage of that. 6 minutes later, we're in the process of trying to get our third Drake of the game when the Thresh is once again out of position and starts the biggest team fight we've seen of the game so far. For the next couple of minutes, our team continued to dominate the enemy. Every single trade that we took seemingly was a positive one for us. We kept extending our lead, so it's no surprise once we saw this Thresh and he looked like he was in a compromising position, we ended up taking that fight, assuming we could kill him and rotate into the Baron, but that plan got put on hold as soon as that Tryndamere managed to jump the wall and catch our ADC off guard. The game state almost immediately completely changed. From what seemed like a guaranteed victory now puts us in this position where our team, the winning one, has been aced and the enemy has the opportunity to take the Baron for free. Of course, this would not be Korea without them immediately throwing up the surrender vote, even though we're still clearly in the lead. Yes, they have the Baron buff, but their team comp is still kind of crap. We take advantage of that by picking off the Singe, and then the Thresh does his special move, aka being caught out of position, and then mere seconds later, the Jax also manages to kill the Tryndamere in the split push. Now, all of a sudden, our team has priority once again. We're pushing through their base, even though they have the Baron buff. It's about that time in this video, 14 minutes, where I remind you to leave a comment, like the video. It helps a lot. I didn't ask in the last two, and it showed. So if you're enjoying the video, make sure you help me out. A few minutes in the future, we've found this Thresh on our side of the map. I mean, if anything, you can't say this Thresh wasn't consistent. Consistently in the wrong spot, at the wrong time. But hey, I'm not complaining. This opened the path for us to get this victory. Thanks to him, we are no longer on a losing spree because the enemy team couldn't hold us 3. We were able to easily destroy the last remaining towers and then the Nexus, gaining us 20 LP, starting today off with a win. In game number 4, we're playing your favorite double jungle Scion, starting off with invading for vision, or really any information that can help us. Given the fact that there were multiple people sitting in the blue side, I know all of it's warded. We've also got our Graves still at the enemy blue side, plus I've not seen the enemy Warwick, which leads me to think they are starting on our blue. This theory is proven true once we see the Cogmore, so I'm trying to not walk straight in. I want Warwick to get it lower, but I was not expecting Lissandra to be there. Sivir does an amazing job at 2v1ing the enemy. We've now taken all their summoner spells, but she unfortunately does get caught by the Warwick on the way out. Even though this isn't ideal for the Sivir, it's not the worst, and it also tells us that she's a good player. in a very awkward spot. The best option for me is to race to this red and try to contest it. I immediately proc my W, assuming I was going to flash this wall. I then think I can path around to steal it, but he pulls it into the fog of war. If I had just taken a different path, gone to the right, this situation would have been avoided completely. But as a result, I die again, and I consider it a critical error, so I sold the jungle item and came to the bot lane. I don't really want to punish the Sivir. I've already seen him commit to the play, so I know he's good, and that's why I decided to come to the bot lane. Somehow, this match came down to Lissandra versus me. You'd think it would come down to the jungles, but it really didn't. After killing the Lissandra earlier in the mid lane, she went back for another gank, and we saw this happening and punished the Kog'Maw because of it. And from there, our team started to slowly claw our way back into this game. Fast forwarding 5 minutes into the future, the scores, they're almost even. It can go any way at this point. This is the first team fight that we took. Even though it was a very close team fight, we very quickly came to the realization that every single time we take a fight, the enemy team slightly profits more than us, and they built a gap doing this over and over. It's now 30 minutes into the game. Every single team fight we've taken keeps going in the enemy's favor. Akali spots a window though. She's teleported behind the Ahri, the same Ahri who just ulted in the mid lane. That's enough to take her out. I guarantee her ultimate was almost back up. Just because she's the biggest threat doesn't mean she was the only one. One by one, the enemy start trickling in, attempting to kill us. I guess they were winning every single team fight and potentially just got overconfident. Either way, we took full advantage of it. After winning back-to-back team fights, we end up pushing to the top lane and opening a second inhibitor. We then reset and we're doing our final push to get the third inhibitor and potentially the win. Everything kind of came crumbling down for the enemy team, and it happened very quickly. After that, Ari got caught in the top lane and opened up the Baron for us. They kept trying to force the same type of messy team fights, but they just weren't happening anymore. Our team comp scaled in, and we ended up winning this game. They were ahead by so much, and there was just such a drastic change in such a small amount of time. Here we are, absolutely delighted with this win. We completely turned that game around. So of course, we immediately queue back up and bump into our first challenger on the Korean server. He's also up against a Diamond 2 Vi, which is exactly why he tries to invade, to push his edge. I'm not the biggest fan of allowing him to take this side of the map and have control. I'd rather commit everything I have to pushing him off. This puts him in an awkward position and should give our jungler an edge when it comes to this early game, which he desperately needs. Rather than going back to the bot lane where I have no summoner spells, I prefer to keep pushing the dagger further into Kindred. We've found ourselves in a very awkward spot, attempting to kill the Kindred while he's trying to get level 2. We swap the damage between him and the minions, but he still manages to get it. Funnily enough, if we hadn't attacked that one minion, there is a small chance we could have killed the Kindred, but that's assuming he doesn't flash. Either way, Kindred is now low with no flash, and we know exactly where he's going. That makes this moment all the more heartbreaking. It should have been a guaranteed kill. Vi just let that one slip through. Either way, the biggest fool of all is me. All that roaming has left me dramatically underleveled, and I didn't show any respect to the enemy. The AP Cog and Xerath cleaned me up so fast. Fortunately for us, our team has their brains switched on. They're punishing the Kindred, who is also underleveled. So my plan, it is working, but it's gonna come down to just how hard can they punish Kindred versus how hard can the Cogmore punish me. You can literally see the pressure that the enemy bot lane's under. They know their Kindred's getting punished and that they need to carry the torch, so they're pushing harder than they normally would. They're playing more aggressive, putting themselves at risk, and Ziggs and I get gold back from this. These are all just the trickle-down economics of me screwing over the jungle in the early laning phase. The next couple of minutes turns into a massive blur. I mean, it's just a bunch of death happening in the bot lane. Xerath kills me, I kill him back. Xerath kills me again, I kill him back. It's rinse repeat over and over. A lot of action, but we're trying to skip through this. Eventually, after all the blood has been shed, our bot lane is the one who ended up taking the lead. I would say this was the defining moment. We caught Ziggs out, overextending too far. He has no summoner spells, and one by one, Ziggs kept picking up kills. The combination of my stun plus his guaranteed damage was too much for the AP Cog to handle. And yeah, we were able to pick up these kills, finish off the tower, and start grouping. We're fast forwarding now into the future. Take a look at the scoreline. It is 10-8 18 in our favor, and we have 7 of those deaths. Even though on paper that seems like a bad thing, it's honestly quite good. It means most of the focus this game they put onto the Scion support, who is not worth much gold, and this has allowed everyone else on the map to succeed and flourish and carry us. And really the best part is that we still won bot lane after all that. It looks terrible, but hey, it works. And before the clock even strikes 20, the enemy team, they've given up completely. We win the game with a terrible score and gain 20 LP. We're now 1 game away from Masters once again. That brings us to the end of game number 1. Game number 2 starts off with us invading the enemy Hecarim's jungle. The only real information that you need to take away from this scuffle, besides us getting a lot of vision, is the fact that Hecarim popped his ghost during this early interaction. Normally, the enemy Hecarim would want to start on his Raptors, but because he burnt his summoner spell, he can no longer contest them, which is great news for us, as we end up getting his entire red side completely for free. It's not the most ideal situation in the world. Both the Yone and Ziggs have already died. I was hoping to rush to the bot lane and protect him, but they went for that dive, and they juggled the aggro really well. As I go to check for these wolves, I notice they're not there, but the enemy Hecarim and Graves are fighting on the other side of the map. I decide to do something a little bit cheeky. I'm going for the execute attack onto the Hecarim, but he notices that I'm doing it too soon, which means I have to try my best to not give him gold. We gain nothing from this, bit of a misplay, but ultimately doesn't really matter. How sick was that Ziggs bomb to push the Corki back into my passive? It doesn't end up saving him, but the Corki dies to the tower, and our Yone picks up a kill on the Swain. From here, both the Yone and Graves start picking up kills one by one. Ziggs was having a really hard time in this 2v1 because of the Swain pull. That's why I kind of hovered around the bot lane more than I usually would. I was also really impressed with the Ziggs gameplay earlier, so I don't just want to leave him stranded getting bullied the whole game if I know he's good. It was around this point that I decided I was going to try hard carry this game. I've gotten too many kills to just not attempt this. So from here on out, all the kills you see me stealing aren't by mistake. I'm definitely intentionally taking them. Whether or not this strategy is going to pay off, it really comes to how quickly we end this game. It's currently 14 minutes. Our team has 15 kills. The enemy has 15, but we're holding 8 of them. So a lot of gold is sitting on this Scion support, which isn't necessarily what you would usually want. Actually, most of the time when we win games, it's the other way around completely. Even though the scoreline is only slightly in our favor, it's pretty obvious the momentum is with our team. Hecarim is clearly angry. We just stole his camps twice in a row. He randomly ults in, borderline inting the game. This fight is now a 4v2, but things then take a turn for the worse. The Swain gets a good pull into the Graves. This allows Aatrox to clean him up, and now we're on the back foot. I get a bit too greedy here. Given the fact that I've built only MR, I really shouldn't be trying to contest this Aatrox. I end up getting killed, and this extends the Aatrox's ult. Everyone starts dying one by one. Yone teleports in. He also dies, and Aatrox has just picked up 2 kills. Corki picked up some kills. Hecarim even got some goddamn gold. He came back, cleaned that up. I mean, it was a complete disaster, and just like that, the game completely flipped. Slowly but surely, the enemy team has started to gap us in kills. They've got a 6 lead on us, and we're trying to make that back up by helping this Yone. He's shown signs that he can match everyone in the 1v1 split push, so I figured this would be the best route back into the game. I thought everyone would be by the Baron. Before engaging this fight, I could have sworn I saw them pathing towards it, so I stuck around to get the fucking Grom. It was a mistake. They've stacked 3 people onto me, and of course, I don't die that quickly, so I'm trying to get my team to get position on this Baron. At this point in the game, that's clearly the next objective they're going to go for once I'm dead. The enemy team clears our remaining vision and forces our team to face check it, and that's how this team fight broke out. By the time I showed up, there wasn't much I could do to change the outcome of it. The enemy team, they've secured the Baron now, and then they start picking off our members one by one before they even get to the tower to siege. We've now skipped to 30 minutes. What you're watching now is the final team fight. It starts off by us bullying the Hecarim off of the Scuttle Crab. We do manage to secure it, and now we have to coin flip the game. We don't know where the enemy team is, but it's our best option to just force this fight and assume that they're not in position. Our team gets a miraculous victory. We managed to pick up a kill onto the enemy Swain. This is actually quite big. He's been an issue this match, so we're about to enter the objective in a 4v5, which is probably the best edge we've had in at least 15 minutes. Even though we did get that edge, Graves kind of just threw it away. I'm not too sure what he was doing over that wall. He even had the opportunity to bounce back over to us. Realistically, he should have just been on the Drake. We may have been able to kill it, run away, potentially get a decent fight. Let's be real, this was going to be a hard game to come back from either way. I do believe there was likely just a team gap, and we made a couple of mistakes as well, but I was still happy with our performance. So unfortunately, we didn't manage to get master this game. Instead, we lose 21 LP heading into the next game where we're playing Braum support. I wanted to make sure that I wasn't playing Scion. It's just something that I do to avoid tilt. If I lose playing a specific champion, I want to do something else. Immediately from level 1, it's clear to me that this Ashe knows how to trade, which is quite important. It's the first step to success. This means that I can start playing more aggressive on the Braum and potentially get us some early kills. We've now shoved in the wave, and I look at the map and notice that the Fiddlesticks is trying to invade our blue buff. This is a perfect chance for us to rotate into our jungle and hard punish him. For whatever reason, our Ashe decided to stay in lane and attack the tower over stopping the Fiddlesticks from getting a blue buff. It really makes no sense. Fiddlesticks is one of those junglers where he needs to get 6 on time or he's going to fall behind and instantly lose the game. It's much like Nocturne. In this case, we had a clear opportunity to deny him half of the map. Instead of getting a free kill and winning the game, we end up handing 2 over and setting the Fiddlesticks up for success. A few minutes later, the enemy Rel engages onto us. Our Ashe has almost no mana, so it does look like it's going to be a profitable fight for them. But as I mentioned earlier, this Ashe definitely knows how to fight with that champion, so I was more than happy to commit. At 7 minutes, I rotate towards the Void Grubs. I'm showing up slightly late. Our team is actually handling this fight fine without us, but it's better for me to come just in case. You never know. Plus, I get 2 assists. This Nidalee is clearly competent, which is a good sign. I then head back to the bot lane. We push in the wave, and I start pathing away from the tower. We've got no vision. Fiddlesticks is very likely level 6, as this Ashe ends up finding out. He's clearly a very good fighter, but he tunnels really hard for towers. We've now found ourselves in a tough spot. Ashe has just scouted for the enemy Fiddlesticks but didn't spot anyone. Nidalee's coming in for a gank and then they counter it. I don't exhaust quick enough and also my flash is late. This was a crucial moment for the enemy team. We fast forward to the future where we see the Fiddlesticks this time is in the mid lane, so it looks like a perfect opportunity for us to finally increase our aggression and look to take a 2v2. Up until this point, we've been playing pretty safe, just waiting for this chance. But as soon as we take it, the Poppy shows up behind us and we get punished again. I'm really not loving the way this game panned out. At one point, our scoreline was 3-9 in our favor, but the enemy Fiddlesticks just keeps getting the better of us with his ult. This time though, he doesn't. My ult denies him and we start our first team fight. Okay, a massive time shift. We jump 10 minutes into the future and barely any kills have happened. We're in this weird spot where neither team has started any team fights. There's nothing happening on the map and Fiddle is just waiting for us to make a mistake, which we did. One Cassante is down. I know they're going to be trying to rotate to the Baron, so I'm preemptively trying to get a pick onto one of their members so that they can't attempt that. If it's 4v4, we have a much better shot, but then they full commit to killing the Braum. Let's just say that I was not expecting them to do that. But to my surprise, they commit flashes, ults, and they succeed. They've now killed 2 of us, and what they should do is rotate to the Baron right now and force our team to walk in there into a 3v5, and you can use the Fiddlestick ult. But they don't even have to do that. Our team willingly takes a fight, no questions asked. They walk into the Fiddle ult, and it's kind of a precursor for the rest of this game. Yeah, this is the final team fight of the game. Ashe just keeps pathing forward straight into the Fiddlesticks. There's not much that can be done at this point in the game. If we wanted to win this, it should have been earlier. If we denied that blue buff, that's where it all went wrong. Either way, I'm not even that upset about this one. The truth is, the enemy team deserved this win and we didn't. It's as simple as that. We end up losing 20 more LP, so we're going in the wrong direction. We only have 12 hours left until this career trip is over, so we just need to put it behind us and keep pushing forward. In game number 4, we pick Scion support. It's up against Rel, which is never a fun time. She's very difficult for Scion to do anything into because she has multiple means of canceling our Q. Not only that, but she's also just very, very tanky. I end up trying to make a play. I was attempting to use my passive to get their summoner spells, but that was very quickly shut down by the Jhin. He rooted me and I had to retreat. For some reason, I decided to not flash. Not entirely sure why. I ended up giving a kill over to the Jhin, and then he picks up another one by flashing forward. They both survive with just a sliver of health. We've now come back to lane, and immediately the Elise is here waiting to push that dagger further and further into our back. They manage to get another kill. Fast forwarding 2 minutes into the future, the Elise is hovering in the bot lane. She has been for quite a while now, which I don't blame her. Once you taste blood, you just keep pushing that lane until you either win or something bad happens. And in this case, something bad did happen. The Pantheon has managed to find a successful counter gank with his ultimate. He's won the top lane and now he's come to our lane to distribute some of that gold. I absolutely love to see this. It's very similar to how I play the top lane and it's rare to see in my server. We skip a couple more minutes into the future. The Rel and Elise have now shifted their focus onto our Pantheon in the top lane. They're trying to shut him down. This leaves the enemy Jhin vulnerable, and we decide to tower dive him. things get very bad for this enemy ADC now. He was on cloud 9 earlier in this game, but it doesn't take much to shift the tides, as you've seen in earlier games today. Well, that situation happens for him. He now finds himself in hot water where we keep killing him over and over. Honestly, today's video couldn't have been a better example of why distributing your gold is so important in League of Legends. We've seen both sides of the coin, right? One of these games today, I didn't share my gold and we got punished for it. In this case, our Pantheon, he's distributing his gold and it's greatly benefiting him. Our bot lane went from completely losing the game to now just flourishing and dominating. It's almost like that never even happened, and it's all because of that one Pantheon game. It didn't take much, but that was enough to change everything. After the most basic team fight in the mid game, our team secures 2 kills and transitions it into the Baron. And then once we've taken that Baron, the enemy team, they just gave up. There was nothing more to it. This game gets us a total of 20 more LP. So we're sitting on 64. We need 2 more wins until we're master. And we only have 11 hours until we have to leave Korea. Thanks again to Factor75 for sponsoring today's video. If you use my link that I provided in the description, you're gonna get 50% off plus free shipping on your first Factor box. It also supports the channel as I get a small percentage of it. Welcome back to episode 14 of this Korean series. This is the final episode. There's only 10 hours left until I have to fly back home to OCE. So whether or not we get masters, it is decided in this video. Every single game we play from here on out is critical. In game number 1, we're of course playing Braum. This Nautilus didn't show up to lane, so I went into the tri-bush trying to figure out where he was. I thought he might have been on the other side of the map, but it turns out he was just slow to lane. Because Nautilus survived my ignite, I'm now in a position where I know the enemy jungler won't be here for at least 15 seconds. We watched him die on our side of the map, which means we've got a couple of options. We could of course let the Nautilus get through or recall, but I think the best choice is to just keep stopping his back. I know it wastes my time, but it's more important to create an experience gap between the Nautilus and our Draven, and hopefully we can use that to get an edge in the future. I was in the process of dropping vision on the tri-bush. The enemy jungler, he's going to be showing up soon. He was on that gromp earlier, and as I was pathing through, Nautilus got an extremely cheeky Q onto me. With him being such low health, I just wasn't expecting him to go for that, but hey, turned out to be very profitable for him. Honestly, in hindsight, the pathing I took to go drop that ward was abysmally greedy, and it showed because clearly not playing as safe as I could. Let's put it that way. Despite the fact that we handed over 2 kills and they only handed over 1, if you just isolate the bot lane, it isn't as bad as it seems because Corki didn't pick up any of the kills, only assists. We're even then thrown a bone by the enemy Nautilus. He's gone top lane to gank, leaving his ADC very vulnerable. Corki had already used all his summoner spells to survive the last engagement. This time, not so lucky. We do the tower dive, no one dies, and Draven, he's now sitting on 2 kills. So far, we're getting extremely lucky. Both our top lane and mid lane, they've been getting ganked, but turning it around in their favor. This is what I assume is putting pressure on the Nautilus to make plays, even though he probably shouldn't. 1 minute later, the Corki, he hasn't returned to the bot lane, which allows us to finish off the tower and head to the mid lane, looking to get more platings. Just like that, we pick up 2 more kills. The scoreline, it's now 15 kills to 6 at 12 minutes. We are crushing the enemy team. Here's Here's some advice that even high elo players do not take. My Lilia is trying to go for the Corki kill, so instead of pathing towards, I path away, I set up vision, and it looks exactly how I would play, even if she wasn't going for the kill. It's so important to not be obvious. Stop giving away what your team wants to do. I'd be absolutely lying if I didn't tell you that I was shocked the enemy team didn't forfeit after all dying in the mid lane. Come on, guys. It's 15 minutes and we're in Korea. How are they not forfeiting? It's so funny. We played on this server for like 12 days or so, and my mentality just completely changed. Getting a 15-minute forfeit back in OCE is just almost unheard of. I mean, even sometimes if there's an AFK, they're not gonna bloody forfeit. Anyway, maybe the enemy team should have considered it this game because we just started running them down. Kayn was just flying around the map, getting picked off. Once he did die, we went for the Baron, cleaned that up, and then after a quick back, we found ourselves pushing into the enemy base. The enemy team didn't really put up a fight, they just let us end. It's probably safe to assume they had someone hostaging them. Game number 2, the enemy, they have a Nunu and a Pike, so it's a safe bet that they're going to invade. I said it's a safe bet that they're going to invade. I tend to do this thing where I sacrifice my win condition in the bot lane to try and help others. We did it this game as well. We burnt our flash, got a kill onto Diana. A lot of the times when I do it, I don't necessarily get punished, but in this case, we got hard punished. I hex flash in to try and get onto the Ashe. As I'm landing my Q, Pyke's E cancels it, and this is where I would usually flash forward with my passive to trade summoner spells, but of course, we've used that flash already. A costly mistake by me. This also exposes my Kaiser because his lane was pushing. I don't blame him for dying there. That is on me. What I'm trying to tell him here is that I want him to go aggressive. The enemy team did burn their flash. Pyke counters Sion in the lane. So if we don't make a play now and abuse the fact that they don't have flash, we are going to get completely stomped. And I wanted him to abuse that, but unfortunately, the Nunu timed his gank quite well and the Kaiser dies again. From this point on, he's very tilted, understandably, but basically he didn't want to commit to fights anymore. So I don't really have a choice. I need to start roaming and looking for a win condition. Sitting in the bot lane isn't going to do anything for me. I'm going to keep feeding kills to Pyke. I also made a cardinal sin in this game. I saw that the Kaiser was speaking English and this baited me into typing in English, that is. And there's this unspoken rule in Korea that you don't speak English or else everyone is practically just going to run you down. They don't like foreign players on their server, and this game really highlights that quite well. Even though the calls we are making here would be very profitable for our team, they're intentionally not responding to them. They've just unanimously agreed, fuck this person who's foreign, let's just not play the game. This right here was the final straw for this Kaiser. He blamed me for that one when really he should have just waited for my passive to take aggro. From here, there's no point in showing the game because they weren't playing. They were just typing. From this point on, the whole team was just yapping. This is the first time I've ever seen this, by the way. In all the games, this is the only time that I saw them completely going belligerent and just not playing straight up. They were just waiting to forfeit, refusing to help the filthy foreigner. Minus 21 LP, I queued up so fast you wouldn't even believe it. I so badly wanted to verse the people in the last game. That is just unfortunate. We set that up perfectly for the Fiora. All he had to do was allow me to tank it with my passive. There's a small window between Scion dying and the passive spawning where the tower aggro drops. You just have to wait for me to spawn. That's all. It's so easy. Either way, Fiora ends up getting first blood. So we have to assume somehow what we did helped. Graves ends up getting his red buff and coming straight to the bot lane to gank us, but this has an effect that most people won't realize. Because Graves came to the bot lane, his pathing now becomes extremely predictable. So you have to understand, he's revealed in the bot lane, gotten 2 kills, yes, that's great, but now he has to recall and then he's going to go to the blue side. Elise can take advantage of that. I know it always sounds like to you guys that I'm just making up excuses, but I'm trying to teach you a higher level of thinking when it comes to high elo gameplay. Everything has an opposite reaction. Once you do something on one side of the map, it's going to impact the other side. When we burnt our flash, we got ganked. When he ganked bot, Elise now ganks bot because she knows where he's going to be. That's what makes League of Legends great, but it's also why it's so difficult for you viewers to understand how the game is playing out at times in regards to gold leads. Even though we don't manage to kill Jinx in this position, she does end up having to go base once again. Her health is too low. That means she hasn't farmed a single minion since 2 minutes 30. Just take a look at the farm gap. As a general rule of thumb, it's always good to focus the Lulu and try and separate her from the ADC. In this case though, everything went wrong and both of us die. Elise blames me, but honestly, I don't feel too bad about it. I'm not too certain how Elise plus Aphelios couldn't kill the Jinx by herself. Something must have been misplayed. It does end up giving a little bit of gold back to Jinx, but it wasn't enough to save her. Just a minute later, we comfortably close out this lane. The clock strikes 15 and the enemy team, they forfeit. Now we're up to 81 LP heading into game number 4 where we're playing Scion support. I'm not sure if you have realized this, but somehow every single game we've played today, one way or another, we have been cheesing the enemy at level 1. And this game, it's no different. We managed to steal the small raptors from the grave so he can't get level 2. We also saw him smite it, so I pretend to walk away. This allows him to start the next camp. At this point, we've done quite a lot of damage. We've not only dramatically slowed down Graves' clear time, but we also stole a camp and plenty of smaller minions. It's safe to say that the enemy Graves is pissed. He jumps the wall to try and get our kill, but Thresh's Ignite ticks over and locks up first blood, which is a nightmare for this Graves. He's now trapped in the pit and is forced to flash the wall. Graves now has to reset. This allowed the Zac to invade his blue side. 3 kills onto our Ashe, all the summoner spells from the enemy team. Graves is dead once again. At this point, I would be shocked to lose this game, so I'm thinking that we have the Masters locked up. If the enemy team could surrender, I know they would. If you needed proof of that, look at this Graves. He comes to the bot lane at level 3 to take farm. He has mentally checked out. He is clearly about to run the game down, but then the Thresh gets a clean hook onto our Ashe, and unfortunately, this leads to 2 kills for the enemy team, which keeps their mental in check. The problem the enemy team faces now is that I've seen the weak point on their team. It's this Graves. His mental, it's weak. So if we just keep pushing on that, it's likely he's going to give up. This is such a great example of why if you're tilting, you should just not type anything and just try to play as normal as possible. I'm now crossing over from the bot lane, heading towards top because Graves is trying to gank this Tryndamere. His gank is unsuccessful, and I think we can all figure out where he's going to go next. We then steal his blue buff and fast forward 3 minutes into the future. Sadly, they managed to stop me. A lot of this game was just me in the enemy jungle messing with the Graves. This did result in me dying a couple of times, but that's the price it took. It allowed all our other laners to just completely dominate without the fear of being ganked. Speaking of getting ganked, the Zac put in a lot of work this game, really taking advantage of that early lead he had over the Graves. Even though we keep winning these team fights, at 19 minutes, we haven't really made much progress on the enemy team's objectives. So far, all of their important towers still stand, and that's mostly because they had amazing wave clear. But without their mid laner, that's no longer an issue for us, and we start pushing through. Tryndamere running the Rift Herald to the tier 2 in the mid lane rather than into the inhibitor is such a smart move here. It's worth so much more gold, and you don't really want to waste it on an inhibitor this early in the game. It does end up getting blocked by Graves, and he kills me too, but that really doesn't matter. I run my passive up to the tower, and as long as my body remains there, I will still get the local gold from it. Somehow we've aced the enemy team without anyone dying, yet they didn't surrender. We've now got the Baron and we're looking to end this one. And here we are, the final game in Korea. ending exactly as I hope it would, systematically taking out all the inhibitors, using the Baron buff to abuse the enemy. We waited for the super minions. There was literally nothing the enemy team could do to come back from that one. GG Korea, we get the victory, locking up Masters right before we had to fly home. Very happy with our progress on this trip. We didn't have much time, and I know it seems like this series went forever, but realistically that was just me being slow at editing. In fact, we were only here for 2 weeks, and the first week was wasted. I didn't play much because of the issues with the account, so we probably played for about 8 days. And towards the end, after we had passed Diamond 3, we flung straight up to Masters, so there's zero chance that we reached our cap. Once I made it back to OCE, I tried playing from here and also won, so technically we capped out at Masters 18, and then the count was deactivated the next day. Either way, I hope you enjoyed this series. It was fun to make, even if it was a little time consuming. Thanks for watching. I hope you enjoyed it, and I'll see you in the next video, which should hopefully be on the new season.